Ora, muito bom dia. Pedimos a todos que tomem os seus lugares. Dentro de momentos, iremos dar início à sessão de abertura da Conferência Anual do MIT Portugal. Aproveitamos este momento para pedir a vossa atenção para as medidas de segurança em vigor neste evento. O uso obrigatório de máscara e, dentro do possível, deve ser mantida a distância física recomendada de 2 metros. Cumprimento da etiqueta respiratória e higienização regular das mãos. Pedimos especial atenção ao local onde se encontra sentado e que o mantenha até ao final do evento.
As humans, we thirst for knowledge. We ask profound and difficult questions, and we yearn to understand our role in the universe. We are constantly adapting to an ever-changing world where unforeseen challenges arise and age-old problems only seem to worsen. That's where the MIT Portugal program comes in. A collaboration which inspires a unique environment where science, technological research, and education all flourish.
MIT Portugal has a history of turning research projects into products and solutions. This collaborative ecosystem targets innovative research projects with the potential to address complex global challenges like climate change and building sustainable cities.
Since 2006, the MIT Portugal program has facilitated academic and research opportunities for students and faculty. The program has also developed an international partnership of global players with a common goal of creating a sustainable impact on people, research, universities, and industry.
We love the collaborations between faculty, students, and researchers from MIT and Portugal. We all share a culture of hard work and a focus on sustainability. I know MPP will continue to thrive as we create new opportunities for the MIT Portugal community.
Our thirst for knowledge is never fully quenched, as our questions never cease. The MIT Portugal program challenges the global community to engage with cutting-edge research and ideas.
We promote promote a series of activities to challenge the community. For example, the Blue Origin Payload Competition, where Portuguese university students work with MIT teammates to design a nano-experiment to fly with Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. We also have workshops on digital transformation and data science as a driver for research, development, and many other opportunities for students to study at MIT and in Portugal.
MIT Portugal program wants to change the world and leave an indelible mark by driving research and innovation in 4 emerging areas: climate science and climate change, earth systems, digital transformation, and sustainable cities.
Last year, MPP launched several initiatives that funded 7 flagship projects and 35 seed and exploratory projects. We also funded 40 PhD doctoral grants for students studying in Portuguese universities. Each of these is a collaboration between the Portuguese R&D ecosystem and MIT.
In the end, we know that all our answers will only create more questions, and the cycle will continue as the world evolves. MIT Portugal program.
Good morning and welcome to the 2021 MIT Portugal Annual Conference. Today's theme is Science and Technology as the Catalyst for Tomorrow's Living Spaces. To welcome you today, we invite to the stage Pedro Arezes, National Director of the MIT Portugal Program, and John Hasman, Co-Director of MIT Portugal Program at MIT. Our first speaker is Pedro Arezes.
Good morning to you all. I think I can take the mask out. I'm away enough. So, dear Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education, Manuel Heitor, which is joining us with a video message. Dear MIT Portugal Program Co-Director in Portugal, my dear colleague Zita Martins. Dear Director and Co-Director at MIT, my dear colleagues John Hansman and Doug Hart, dear invited guests, dear attendees. Welcome to the MIT Portugal's 2021 Annual Conference. We are all familiar with the current challenges that our planet and society face today. In addition to the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change hit the news, and it seems to be the scientific topic that most mobilizes the young generations. It is more questionable, however, how far people are willing to go to save the planet. Will they compromise their comfort and immediate well-being? In a society that has evolved so much from a technological point of view, it is not an option to go back in this progress. The solution is to continue to bet on science and technology, to research new solutions that can fight climate change and protect the ecosystems, while at the same time improving our economy and industry and creating smart and sustainable living spaces. When choosing the topic of this year's conference, Science and Technology as the Catalyst for Tomorrow's Living Spaces, we aim at challenging you to imagine what would be your ideal living space and how can we achieve it. That's why we will discuss here in Matosinhos, where the first free zone for technology was established last year, the process of creating smart and sustainable cities. The 2021 annual conference is also a very special edition. This year marks the 15th anniversary of the MIT Portugal program, and I would like to take this opportunity to highlight and celebrate our legacy and achievements and plans for the future. So please let me start by expressing my gratitude to all past directors of the program and respective staff, and to appreciate their remarkably positive and greater leadership. And I remember the former director, Paulo Ferrão, and the directors at MIT, Daniel Roos, Bruce Tider, and David Newman. Let me also take the opportunity to welcome John Hansman here today with us as the new MIT Portugal director at MIT, and of course, a very kind word to my friend Doug Hart, a longtime MPP co-director at MIT. One of the MIT Portugal's program's flagship has been the training of highly qualified human resources. So during the past 15 years, and supported by FCT, we have launched 8 PhD and Master Executive programs, receiving more than 1,000 students and with almost 500 graduate students right now. So most of these students are now making the difference in different sectors of society. Some of them are in academia, doing research and supervising their own PhD students. Others created startups, and indeed, so far, 22 companies have emerged from this MIT Portugal community. And of course, others went to industry. And today, we have with us some of our brilliant alumni and faculty, and they will be talking about their experience as entrepreneurs and the importance of networking and establishing collaborations. We have restructured our education program, and we are now supporting the training of PhD candidates through the opening calls for PhD grants that will allow students to enroll in any doctoral program running at Portuguese universities. We will have the opportunity to learn more from their research work plans in one of the afternoon sessions. The program is also actively consolidating its connections to industry, as well as establishing relationships with new thinkers and institutions. Above all, this partnership seeks to expand the presence of MIT Portugal into the national territory. For this, we reinforced the MIT Portugal coordination team with 2 new positions, one dedicated to the industry program and the other to the education and advanced training. And we are proud of the contribution that MIT Portugal program has been making to foster strong and productive scientific collaborations between academia and industry. Within the period between 2018 and 2022, 55 new research collaborative projects have been funded under the MIT Portugal program. 7 flagship projects, 40 seed projects, and 8 exploratory projects. And we will continue to increase these numbers in the coming years. The Industrial Liaison Program is also being restructured, and soon we will have some news to share with you. We are seriously proud of the startups that have emerged from this international partnership and that currently have indeed crossed the Atlantic and beyond. We are working to further our relationship with these startups and on the reinforcement of our link to all the companies working with us. So to conclude, let me say that our future needs to build on these assets, achievements, relationships, while at the same time investing in new areas and new partners. So thank you all and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we will hear John Hasman.
And Zita and all my other friends, it's a real pleasure to be back in this beautiful location. It's been a long time since we've been together, and it's actually been a tough year and a half. We did, through the COVID crisis, keep the MPP program going, and it actually created some opportunities. I do teach a course on, actually, project on sustainability, and we work with, pardon me, still jet lag. We work with Alejandra and her students actually on a collaborative project. So using the distance learning we had to do, we're able to build our collaboration. I think I really enjoy the opportunity to get more deeply involved in MPP. And sorry. I look forward to this conference today, which is able to pull together many of the themes of the project and the opportunity to, sorry, water. Okay. Yeah, all good. Okay. The jet lag hit me just as I got up on the stage. Okay. So like I say, I think that the theme of this conference on workplace or life in the future really pulls together many of the themes of the program. Not only the challenges of sustainability, earthwise, but in cities, digital transformation. How do we use the information that we're going to get? And how should we use technology and science to work in the future? I'm also really looking forward to meeting more of the students that in person that we've been doing remotely. So I think this will be a great opportunity as we move forward. I'm sorry that more of my colleagues from MIT aren't able to get here yet, but the barriers are coming down with the COVID. So look forward to the day and working with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Manuel Leitor, Minister of Science, Technology and Higher Education, is sharing his welcome message with us through video.
Welcome you all to the 2021 MIT annual conference and to the city of Matosinhos. 15 years ago, when we launched these partnerships among an overall program of international partnerships, we had a dream to open opportunities, to build network of opportunities, to provide the necessary facilities to work with the best and to train and do the necessary research to build a community of leaders, of world leaders. We have partnered with MIT among the Portuguese institutions of higher education and scientific institutions to build the leaders of the future and really to provide the necessary opportunities to facilitate everyone through this program to work with world-leading institutions, to build world-leading companies, and above all, to be at the leading edge of knowledge and entrepreneurial deep tech initiatives. After 15 years have passed since those founding moments, we know today it has been possible. We have now, out of MIT Portugal and other partnerships, world leaders from AI, real-time AI, to the moving, to the internet of the moving things, to language, natural language, and simultaneous language translation, to specific areas of space systems and high resolution image processing for medical purposes or in stem cell engineering. And we need to continue to do more and more, leading deep tech initiatives, at the same time providing the understanding of the social and human contexts for the development of science and technology, and particularly of engineering initiatives from bioengineering to space systems, including sustainable urban environments, and the future of our living places is a part of MIT Portugal because, again, Portugal is open to everyone to provide the best of the best, and essentially working with our institutions of higher education and scientific institutions to definitely be leaders in many of critical technologies and systems for the years to come. We are building the future, and therefore the MIT Portugal is a critical component of the program we entitled Go Portugal, particularly to look at the future and to provide a number of entrepreneurs at the leading edge of our initiatives, certainly through research and study in Portugal in close cooperation with MIT. So I thank you all of those engaged in this conference, and again, I remember you that our goal is always to be at the leading edge of knowledge and to make sure that among our scholars we are world leaders in many of critical areas of future emerging systems. Thank you.
Thank you all for your interventions. We will now begin our first keynote talk. Pedro Ares will introduce the session.
Morning again. So due to some unexpected events, some of our keynotes will be joining us remotely. So Sarah Williams, today first keynote speaker, will be speaking about smart cities through the lens of civic data. And Paulo Ferrão, a familiar face to some of us, and the former national director of the MIT Portugal program, and currently full professor at Técnico in Lisbon, will be moderating the session, and you can see already Paulo. Paulo, good morning. And in this case, the screen is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Pedro. I miss you in person. I hope the next time we could be together. And indeed, dear Pedro, dear John, dear Doug, well, dear colleagues from the MIT Portugal community, it is certainly a great pleasure to join you at this 2021 annual conference of the MIT Portugal program, which I would say our 15th anniversary, if I may. And of course, it is my honor to introduce Professor Sarah Williams, which is a professor of technology and urban planning at MIT, where she is also director of the Civic Data Design Lab and the Leventhal Center for Advanced Urbanism. Well, Professor Williams combines her training in computation and design to create communication strategies that expose urban policy issues to broad audiences and create civic change. And I may say, in my role of a board member of the European Union mission on carbon neutral and smart cities, that this topic is really extraordinarily important at the European level. So it is really, really nice to have Professor Sarah Williams. Professor Sarah Williams calls this process data action, which is also the name of her recent book published by MIT Press. Well, and also her design work has been widely exhibited, including the work in the Guggenheim, the Museum of Modern Art, in the Venice Biennale, and the Copper Hewitt Museum. Professor Sarah Williams has won numerous awards, including being named one of the top 25 technology planners and game changers by Metropolis magazine. Dear Professor Sarah Williams, thank you very, very much for joining us at the MIT Portugal 2021 annual conference, which is this year focused on science as the catalyst for tomorrow's living space. And of course, we are thrilled with the opportunity to listen from your thoughts on data action, using data for the public good. Professor Sarah Williams, be welcome in Leixões in Porto. The floor is yours. I guess you need to unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm very sorry I can't be with you today, but very excited to be able to share my work even from afar. And it's nice to be able to see myself. Looks like I'm on a very large screen in the room with you, so wonderful to be able to join you. Let me share my presentation with you now. Can everybody see my screen? Great. Let me just try one more thing. So as was introduced, my name is Sarah Williams, and I am the director of the Civic Data Design Lab at MIT. I also run the Leventhal Center for Advanced Urbanism. The Leventhal Center is a multidisciplinary research center, architects, planners, urban designers, media experts, and really the idea of this center is it takes interdisciplinary teams to really make projects in our city successful, innovative, and forward thinking. I am myself very interdisciplinary. I'm a geographer, I'm an architect, I'm an urban planner, and a data scientist. And I really believe kind of combining these skills allows us to come up with new ways of seeing and intervening in the city. Today I'm here to talk to you about my book, Data Action, Using Data for a Public Good. And the premise of this book really started from the fact that in the last decade, we've created unprecedented amounts of data. And in the next decade, the amount of data in the world is set to grow tenfold, such as this example from Google's autonomous vehicles, developing immense amounts of data every second as they drive through the world, creating a whole nother reality, a reality that we'd be able to tap into in the future. And while not all data is closed, like the example I just showed, excitement for open data from civic hackers and consulting groups such as McKinsey left a pain in my side. And that's because although there is a huge excitement for the potential of data, there is a lot of potential for it also to do harm. And this is recognized by some recent publications from my colleagues, Virginia Eubanks, Kathy O'Neill, Safiya Noble, who talk about the problems and inequities caused by data. Yet I knew data can also be used for good. And so I set out to develop data action to show the potential harms, but also the potential ways that we can use it inappropriately. And I hope that data action helps to create a balance for urban planners, data novices, data experts to see the ways that data can be used for good, but recognize that it has a lot of issues and has been used inappropriately in the past, and allow all of us to become a bit more data literate so that we can really make judgment about whether or not our data or the data analytics we're looking at has potential to do more harm than good. So we're going to go through the chapters here just to give you a little example of what I mean. Chapter 1, Big Data for Cities, is not new. Really helps us remember that we've been using data since the first cities have been developed. And that data has been used for both good and bad, trying to provide, again, examples of this. And I think one of the biggest examples of this in Europe is really after the Industrial Revolution. cities dramatically changed significantly. And many urban planners, and I think really the field of urban planning became extremely important at this time as we thought about the mass migration to cities for working in factory, but also the health conditions and urban conditions involved in that. And really, there are, during this time, a number of statisticians, a lot of them in Britain, looking at the conditions of the city, and it really helped generate modern, I would say, data science, or the first big data movement. William Farr, Britain's chief statistician, opened up data, the census data, for the first time. Previously, census data was not available to the average citizen. And these opening up of also birth and death charts allowed Edwin Chadwick and John Snow to really understand issues around public health and the health of the city. Edwin Chadwick's report on the sanitation condition of the laboring population really helped the development of the first sewer system, which I would say would be probably one of the first smart cities really driven by data. And John Snow's famous Broad Street map in London identified that deaths from cholera were coming from one particular well, again, helping to create proof to improve infrastructure and create a modern sanitation system. Data in this map, this is the first map, socio-demographic map of London, developed by John Booth, really helped philanthropists intervene in the city, understanding those areas that were impoverished and needed more assistance. But some also say that these types of maps were used to actually remove whole parts of the city. So here we see London's first social housing project, but also Boundary Estates was in an area that had previously been a Jewish slum. And some people argue that these maps were used as evidence to actually remove this slum. And at the time, there was some anti-Semitism in this area. And so the question of whether the map was used as a guide to enact anti-Semitic behavior is also considered along with this data. And so on the one side, this data was used for a lot of good, but also had potential missteps and harms. And really the idea here is, you know, who uses the data is really important, and what are their goals and objectives. So this same data set had two very different outcomes. And this is how I want people to always be thinking about the potential of data. This also happened in the United States. And I discussed this. This is Harlan Bartholomew, who was St. Louis's first city planner, but he was hired by the city planning department in St. Louis to create segregated zoning, but not call it as such, because it had become illegal in 1917. So what he did is really map out the residents and really where African Americans lived in St. Louis, and then developed a zoning map that made available limited areas of the city to African Americans, and then neighborhoods that were already populated with African Americans. They made them the only place that you could have brothels, the only places that you could have liquor stores, the only places you can have manufacturers, thereby actually blighting once middle-class African-American neighborhoods and really ghettoizing these communities. So the reason I highlight this is the role of data in helping to really further marginalized people has been part of its history, but it can also be used in the opposite way to elevate communities. Harlan Bartholomew, in fact, wrote a book about this strategy, which was used in the Harvard in the 30s. And so he developed 563 plans in the United States and also influenced many urban planners, which is why we see so much segregation in United States cities today. Chapter 2, Build It, Data is Never Raw, It's Collected, really talks about the fact that a lot of data that can do good in this world doesn't already exist, and calls urban planners, technology, governments, local communities to make that data where it doesn't exist and use it to affect policy change. Build It, in this chapter, we use an example from my own work where I made air quality sensors in Beijing during the Beijing Olympics to really expose air quality conditions in China. And now many of us know how bad air quality in China, but at the time of the Olympics, it wasn't as common, and really use the kind of press coming out of the Olympics to help convey this problem to everyone. I teamed up with the Associated Press to create these air quality sensors, and here you can see the red bars represent Beijing, and you see that New York and London are much smaller. In fact, Beijing was well above the World Health Standards for developing country and well above what you would see in an average city. This was the only air quality data reported on during the Olympics, and the Associated Press created a data visualization for all of those people who bought into their Olympic package. And we can see not only is the air quality well above the average, but you can see it in the images as well. Oh, I'm very sorry for that. There was also a map in the New York Times, and really what we were trying to do is expose the conditions to everyone outside of Beijing to bring public awareness and global critique to the situation. But I would say, you know, developing data and collecting data on your own does a lot more than expose a condition. It also can create communities around a topic to help impact that condition. So here we're looking at a project where people mapped the Gulf oil spill, which was a few years back. And these are actually a diverse group of people. They didn't know each other before, but they came together to map the extent of the oil spill. And by coming together, they were able to build a bigger coalition that really created change and helped get government to really clean up the sites in the area affected by the Gulf oil spill. So while Chapter 2, Build It, talks about how we can build our own data set, Chapter 3, Hack It, Using Data Creatively, really asks us all to recognize that, you know, a lot of places that we work in the world, data simply doesn't exist because the government doesn't provide it openly. Yet that data does exist in other forms, whether it's scraped from websites or obtained from social media, or even can be collected from other kinds of data. So Hack It, Using Data Creatively, asks us to think of ways to analyze the world creatively. So here in this example, we use a project from my lab called Measuring Ghost Cities. And if you don't know what ghost cities are, they're a phenomenon of vacant residential developments that exist in the real estate market. They are communities that lie vacant. Nobody lives there. Data about vacant developments are not available typically through government channels, and they really identify risk in the real estate market. So we thought, how could we identify where those are? And we thought thriving communities need restaurants, schools, groceries, hospitals. If we could collect that data and measure how much amenities a particular community has, we could identify whether that community was vacant or not. So we scraped data from Dianping. Dianping is the Chinese version of Yelp, about grocery stores, beauty salons. And then we scraped data about residential developments from AMAP and Baidu. We overlaid a 300 meter by 300 meter grid cell on top of that, and then measured from the center of that grid cell how many amenities existed, taking into account whether or not somebody reviewed a particular restaurant or location. We then applied Hanson's gravitational model for urban accessibility using that measurement. And Hanson's gravitation model takes into account that if you lived further from the city, you would drive further to an amenity. Then we finded the fitted distribution and removed amenity scores above the mean. These are the very places which had very low amenity scores. And then we performed spatial autocorrelation or clustering on the cells that remain. And we thought those cells that are clustered at high are more likely to be a ghost city. Part of the data action methodology is really ground truthing to see what we found is true. And here we went to Xi'an and we found neighborhoods like this one. The government would argue that eventually these neighborhoods will be populated, but just not so now. And that even if they lie vacant 5 to 10 years, the economics of building them and the jobs it creates is better than having them lie vacant. We also found locations like this one, which was a stalled development next to semi-occupied buildings. And these buildings were actually occupied by the villagers who lived in this land before these were built. And so largely vacant, except for the former villagers. Again, the Chinese government would say that they would be populated. We also found former communist housing that was set for removal and reconstruction, and whole cities like this one that lie vacant. This was meant to be the science center, which you can see never finished construction. And then we created this data visualization, and I think this is one of the important parts of the project. This data visualization attempts to explain the algorithm that we use behind the data, so somebody looking at it can understand how we decided a particular area was a ghost city or a vacant development area. So when you click on the cells, it tells you what amenities we're missing. And this tool was both used to show the algorithm, but also to help have conversations with the local planning communities. And they were much more candid with us about the reasons for this. And they talked about vacant developments being controversial to local politics because they weren't involved in the decision making, and that decisions were mostly made with big data, but with on theory, but without using data. And that's, they basically opened up landscape, but they didn't think about whether or not a school was nearby or a restaurant, or whether people would actually want to live there. We talked to real estate developers again, who said the burst of the real estate bubble will carry irreversible impacts, saying that a lot of the residents were highly leveraged. And this is because one of the reasons that these developments are vacant in China is because people own 4 or 5 houses. So some of these communities, while they lie completely vacant, are actually completely bought out because it was a way for the Chinese citizens to invest their money before the stock market. And that condition makes it hard for ever to have a thriving community. If they're largely meant for investment, no one would ever move there. And this mismatch between supply and demand, a professor in Tsinghua says, is critical, and addressing the supply looming ahead is extremely important. Ultimately, we identified risk in the real estate market and hope these maps are useful for local planners as well as the data visualization. But one of the things that we do in the lab is try to bring these issues beyond academia and to the public. And these data visualizations were shown in an exhibition in Seoul, which linked the map to drone footage that we took when we went ground truthing, allowing thousands of people to understand this phenomenon. Chapter 4, Share It, really talks about the fact that not only do we have to make data and analyze it, but communicating the insights is really what creates the change. And communicating the insights of data through visualization is one of the best ways that we can affect policy change. And in this chapter, I talk about a project that I worked on in Nairobi. And I've been working in Nairobi for a number of years. And one of the biggest issues is traffic congestion, as you can see here. And when I first arrived in Nairobi, I set out to develop a transportation model, but I didn't have the data necessary to make that model. So I used satellite imagery and machine learning to develop the first roadmap of Nairobi over 20 years ago. You can see here, I also included a density of buildings. And this was essential for developing transportation. But if you saw that first image, you saw many minibuses. And I didn't have data on these buses that represent the largest proportion of cars on the roadway. And really the only way that 3.5 million people get around through public transport, even though they're privately owned. And I thought, how could I create raw data for my model, but data for everyone? Why wasn't there already a map of this system that the average public could use and see? So I asked the question, how can we leverage the ubiquitous nature of cell phone use in Nairobi, Kenya, to capture data about the informal transit system, which most citizens depend upon, and open that data up for everyone to use and build upon? Working with the University of Nairobi, we developed an application where people rode the informal transit system, which was also called Matatu. And ultimately, we developed a map using GTFS. And here you can see the GTFS printing out and developing the roadway. But again, as I said, we wanted to visualize this complex data set. And we started to try to split it apart and think about how we could allow it to be understandable to everyone. Ultimately, we developed a map much the same that you would see in a subway map in London, New York, or Paris, a stylized system. Here you can see the result. But we also really edited that system with Matatu drivers and owners. And there what you were seeing is as we were editing the map, they were noticing that there was a region to the north that had no Matatus, and they were instantly planning a new system. We not only worked with Matatu drivers and owners, but we also worked with communities to see how they understood the map and could interpret it and edit it to make it something that was readable towards local context. The maps went viral on the internet and was distributed in newspapers and became really an icon in the city, much the way subway maps in London, New York are icons for their city. And one of the things that I talk about in this project is really by opening the data up through maps and literally opening the data, you create change by allowing others to build their own change. And so we were really excited when the city of Nairobi called us to a press conference and made it the official map of the city. And here they are giving it to the governor of the county. And while they were largely disinterested in throughout the project, the fact that we included them and engaged them as we were building the data allowed them to trust the data so much so that they could make it the official map of the city. It also has become the first map where informal transit is available on Google Maps. Now there's 46 other cities that have their informal transit system. And this is because we collected this data in a data standard and opened it up for you. So you can go to Nairobi and map yourself in Google Maps and get a ride through informal transit system. This map actually was developed by the World Bank. It's actually for the bus rapid transit system, but it's not. Our map is actually a copy of our map, and they're leveraging the popularity of our map to create interest and recognition for the BRT system because our map had become so iconic in the city. We had hackathons with local developers, and there are now 5 apps that use our data as a base, even a Waze-like app that tells you when your next matatu's coming. These kinds of systems provide mobility around the world, and our project has moved everywhere from Amman to Managua and has inspired over 46 cities to create their own maps. Chapter 5 really talks about data as a public good and recognizes that in many places, data is still missing. And the World Bank says this is crucial to really creating poverty and policy, rather, and the fact that we don't have it can lead to a denial of basic rights. This is such an issue that the Sustainable Development Goals made data an important part of every goal. Yet, even in these places where data doesn't exist or is developed by the government, it does exist in the hands of Facebook and Google. And this chapter really argues, how do we create the partnerships needed with these large organizations to really use this data to help build and develop infrastructure and create projects that allow policy to be developed to enact the basic needs in these areas. So I use an example of this project that I worked on with aggregated Facebook data, where we were able to create a map where internet infrastructure didn't exist from this data set. And then this map could be used as a guide for where internet needs to be implemented. So these red areas of the city, there is no easy access to the internet. And really the value is not just developing social infrastructure, but developing kind of an infrastructure that everybody needs. And we know that we need this under COVID. This has led to my lab's development of a wireless mesh network that's co-designed by the community in Kibera, and we installed this under COVID. And this is a community-built and community-developed wireless infrastructure. And so I leave you here, and thank you so much. The final kind of action that I want everybody to take is that the book leaves us with 7 principles of using data. We must do no harm with it. We must build teams to create narratives around it for using action. We should change power dynamics. We should expose hidden systems. We should ground truth and validate our data sets. We should share it, as sharing it is essential for communicating policy needs. And we should create our own ethical standards, remembering that data are people and we must do them no harm. Thanks so much for letting me share my work with you today. And I look forward to hearing your questions about the projects, or really just about how you can use data to create policy change. Thank you so much.
Bravo, Sarah. Thank you so much for this very, very motivational lecture in many different contexts. So if I may, I would like to ask you one first question. So being very much engaged in Europe, so I would like to challenge you with the following, which is a current debate in Europe. So you have mentioned data for good, but of course the good is very subjective. So what is good for one context can be totally different for another context. And indeed, you had in your talk a very, very interesting quote, which said, it was a Chinese, when he described the problem, he said decisions were based on theory, not on data. And that is very true. What is discussed now in the European Commission very much is that decisions are eventually based on theory, not on people needs. So my first question to you is, how can you better perceive the people needs making use of data? And this is because this is really a very hot topic here in Europe. And I would be very much interested in having your answer in the view of having and promoting citizen engagement, which is, well, the ambition, so that the citizen gets more engaged, and then he will be engaged, well, if his needs are passed through the policy channel. So we would be very, very interested in listening from you some comments. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great question. Thanks so much for asking it. Yeah, I mean, I think, and actually pulling out that quote from the Chinese government is a really good example of what we're talking about here. You know, that decision was coming from the kind of senior government to, you know, open up different land in the community. And they weren't even taking in consideration the local planners who really knew, you know, certain areas are not popular with the public, or certain kinds of things weren't needed by their population. And I think that it's really important that we listen to communities when we're planning our cities. And I think data can actually help do that a lot by allowing us to crowdsource information. Really, like, we have the ability to ask people questions on their cell phones and get responses automatically, and you can get just the finest level of detail of information from the public should you ask. And there's a lot of projects recently going on in the US where you're doing just that. They actually text citizens and ask them their thoughts on projects, and you can text back the answer. But also, you know, finding ways to get citizens involved through the internet is really important, because we can't always come to community meetings, and you see a lot more projects where you're getting citizen engagement through digital means. But I do still think these kind of public forums and going to communities is also a great way to get the community's voice in the data. And I think one of the things that we do with a lot of the projects in the lab, as you could see with the project in Nairobi, is really, you know, asking those communities to get engaged with really the development of the data. So, you know, by involving the local bus drivers, by involving the local transportation community, and having them edit this work with us and edit my data set, their voice is certainly heard within it. And I think, you know, when we have these high level projects, if people don't comment down and ask the community to edit it, that's where you have the biggest projects. So, it's okay for a planning office to kind of try to make decisions, but then they need to make sure those are edited by the local people and that the critique is asked and given by them.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We are really looking forward to be able to working with you in Portugal so that we can have here a project so that you can also come and work in Portugal. Well, but by now I would like to open the questions to anyone in the room or, in the chat. So you are very much welcome to have your questions now. Is there any question in the audience?
Okay. Thank you very much for your very interesting talk. One problem with data that I think we have now is the rules about privacy. For instance, I remember that in the beginning of the pandemic, Chinese authorities were using much more artificial intelligence because the rules are not so strict, and they could, for instance, follow infected people and so on. What is something we cannot do. So how do you think we can find the best trade-off between these two parts? On one hand, we need to protect people. We have these privacy laws, but on the other hand, we would like to have more knowledge to be, let us say, in a position of doing a better management.
Just to let you know, this was Professor Manuel Gameiro from the University of Coimbra.
Yes, I forgot to introduce myself.
That's a great question, such an important question, and very nice to meet you, Professor. I wish I could meet you in person. But I think that, privacy is so important, and we, absolutely have to be thinking about that in all projects. But how do you weigh kind of the public benefit of some kinds of uses of data? And I think I would like to take us back to like the data action principles. And I think when we're thinking about the use of data, can we potentially do harm to anyone is the first question that we need to ask. And by releasing that data or even making a map of it, what kinds of people could be harmed from its outcome? So I think, under COVID, the questions of harm of the data are really hard to answer, right? Because the potential public benefit versus the potential harm are huge. And I know, and even in Taiwan and China, there was extreme surveillance and that did allow in Taiwan to really block COVID from entering the country, but it also meant everyone was being tracked. And I think the potential harm of having that data and the potential for somebody to get their hands on it and do harm with it outweighs maybe the potential good that came from that. I think also another thing that we have to think about with data privacy is, right, as technology gets developed, we don't have ethical practices yet to apply to many of these data sets. So let's say an example is autonomous vehicles, right? We don't have any ethical practices around how this data can and should be used. And it's creating direct images of the landscape. And so it's up to all of us to, create those ethical practices. So as people working from data, we have to do that before we have government legislation around it yet. But I do think given these different framings, we do have to find ways to aggregate data sets enough to retain the privacy, to make sure an individual is not done harm, but also use it for potential good. So the case of Facebook that I showed, we were able to aggregate the data enough. So we're not getting like a really fine detailed map, but we are creating basically a space where we know that there's a huge problem and that the government can intervene. So these kinds of ways that we can aggregate data to protect citizens and do them no harm is also really important. It's a hard question, and I think a lot of research still needs to be done in this area, and a lot of policy regulation, and will continue to need to be done as we create new smart technologies. And I mean, this is something my lab is particularly interested in continuing to work on.
Dear Sarah, now we have a question from MIT, so Leah Lovgren, which says that in your book you note that data analytics and algorithms too often exclude women, the poor, and ethnic groups. And she asks if you have seen any improvements or major actions taken to mitigate this problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think this gets to the point where, really the Sustainable Development Goals are trying to encourage people to collect what I would call this missing data. I think, in the era of big data, we forget that so much data is missing. And when it is missing, that means that the policy issues aren't addressed. And this actually goes back to your question about COVID. There was so much missing data related to COVID, what populations, but like just even measuring race and gender of in some countries was not being recorded, and that meant the exclusion of those people from the resources they needed to really impact the communities. But I do think that we need to invest more in this, but I do think it's great that it's been recognized by the Sustainable Development Goals and encouraging the development of data. But it also gets back to my point where I believe there is a lot of this data exists in the hands of Google and Facebook, but isn't being used to help these marginalized populations. And that's because, this isn't important to these organizations' business model, right? They're not out there to be doing good. They have a different business model. And I think in order for us to do more in collecting this missing data is find ways to work with these private organizations to use the data ethically and responsibly, really making sure you retain the privacy issues. And that's going to take a lot of work, but also to have them see that it's a benefit to them to do that. And I think that means creating incentives for big data companies to work with the public. And I would say that we need to create some kind of data philanthropy, whether it's to create some kind of tax benefit or some kind of benefit to these companies for actually using this data for good to help bring that. But I also do think, under COVID, a lot of these issues came up, and I think governments are more aware of the need to collect data of different race and class. But there's still a lot that we as data scientists need to do to make sure that this information is more available.
Yes, Sarah, thank you so much. I don't know if there is any other question in the room. I see a hand raised over there at the right.
Hello, Sarah. Very nice to hear from you. It might seem quite weird. I'm a tax lawyer, so this should be the last place for me to be. But I'm very interested in this matters. I've been part of an organic movement called Tech for COVID, where we face the use of big set of data for the purpose you mentioned, using it for good. So following your comments on action in Africa, I wonder if the difference of having a huge plot of legal framework, such as in US, in Europe, in the opposite, you don't have it in Africa. So do you think we should use that as an opportunity to massify and embrace an action plan to use the data for good in Africa at this stage, or should we wait and see if we have kind of a stable base of a legal framework before we move on? Because obviously in this kind of countries, using the lack of a strict framework as an opportunity, that will also work in the worst way. So bad guys are also taking that opportunity. How do you, having a focus, have two questions. The first one is, what are your thoughts on that? Should we take the lack of a framework as an opportunity? Two, do you think it is a time to bring big data owners such as Amazon and Google's to this action and bring them to that kind of action plan and do what was not done previously in Africa, using the major concern and obviously the major concern, but using the potential of data that probably it's not being used in full opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yep. Well, first of all, I would say it makes a lot of sense that a tax lawyer is here. And in fact, because a lot of the first data sets were created for this kind of tax. In fact, I don't know if you might know of this Doomsday book, which is often cited as the first data set that developed in 1068, like was developed for taxes. And then, in fact, most of the first geography information systems were created by tax assessors and tax departments to record codes. So I don't see it as being weird at all. So, but also in terms of your question, you know, I'm not sure if this is what you were implying, but I do follow European Union laws around the use of data when I'm working in African countries. Like I want to follow those ethical practices. So it's not as necessarily that I'm, let's say, not following a certain kind of restriction that you have here in the union. But I think what's different in those projects is that the need for, like, you know, we have transportation data in the union, like the need to collect that data or identify the missing data is bigger. But I do think, and then the project that I showed with Facebook, you know, the data is following proper ethical practices, again, of European Union in terms of the aggregation of the data set. But I was able to get I think the difference here is that I was able to get Facebook's data for good to be interested in using that data towards a public benefit. And maybe they felt more comfortable doing that. And I think this is your implication. They felt more comfortable doing that in the context of the African continent. And I think, exactly to your point, that is a very good question. How, you know, Facebook has a data for good team, so does Google, so does Amazon. How do we get them to be working in the Europe or American context, I think is really, really important. And I think right now, they do a lot of discussion about wanting to do data for good, but they don't know how to do it without, I think they think it's extremely risky to their business and they're afraid that maybe something will go wrong, and it's not, and there is a lot of potential to do harm. And I think the issue here is really that, and I would say this, and maybe this is because I'm an academic, is they need somebody working with them more closely to show them and to make sure that this data is ethically used for that good, because that isn't something that they're trained in. But at the same time, like, that takes a lot of work. So what is the incentive for them to do that? And I think we need to build those incentives for big data companies to work with academics and to help them develop the ethics to really apply this to good. But like the incentives, again, I think do have to come from government. And, I think by allowing, many, like Google and Facebook have more data than our governments right now. So there is a power struggle within this. And I think government has to really take back some kind of control here and provide incentives for these companies to work in these areas and use that data for good. And I think there is a huge role for academics to play the intermediary between the big data companies and government to allow these ethical practices to be developed.
Wonderful. Dear Sarah, well, what I can say is that it was really, really nice and great to have you as the first keynote speaker in this 15th anniversary of the MIT Portugal program. And thank you for bringing us the data for good, and above all for positioning the MIT Portugal program to contribute to it. And I hope that you can soon be engaged in helping us doing it well. Well, and I think that it's now exactly 11:04, so I think you have done your mission extremely well, and I thank you for that. And I also would like to say hello and good work to everyone in the room. I think you deserve a break. Hi, Zit, I didn't greet you. I see you there now. John, and all the good friends over there. But above all, Sarah, thank you very much. And we look forward to meet you live in Portugal one of these days. Thank you. The floor to you, Pedro.
Thanks so much for having me, everyone.
Thank you.
I wish I was there with you in person.
Thank you, Sarah, for an inspiring talk, and Paulo for moderating the session. The conference will take a short coffee break. Please join us for our next section, which will begin at 11:30. In accordance with the safety guidelines, please make sure you return to the same seat which you are currently occupying. Thank you. The next session begins in 2 minutes. Please return to your seats. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll now proceed to the first session on the topic of Free Zone for Technology, the next generation of platforms for research deployment, and the contribution of the MIT Portugal program on their development. On the stage, we have José Pedro Rodrigues, Council for Civil Projection, Mobility and Transport of the Municipality of Matosinhos, Catarina Celada, Head of Policy from SEIA, Manuel Ramalhianes, Executive Board Member from NOS, and Rui Costa, Co-CEO of Ubiware. They represent the entities involved in the first free technology zone here in Matosinhos. To moderate the panel, we have Joana Mendonça, President of the Portuguese Innovation Agency.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, first of all, to the MIT Portugal program for the invitation for me to moderate this session and to my colleagues for joining me in this discussion. This session is focused on free zones for technology, which is actually the name, the free translation of the Portuguese initiative on what we could call regulatory sandboxes. And today we have a panel that has some experience in how to experiment and bring technologies into locations. So my suggestion is that we start by listening our panelists before we start the discussion. And I'd like to start with Catarina. Catarina, can you tell us a bit about the experience of SEIA and how you can bring to this discussion? Thank you. So I think Catarina has some slides to tell us what SEIA has been doing. SEIA is a technology center here in Matosinhos, and they have been running a project together with the Council of Matosinhos and NOS also. And Catarina will make a very short presentation of their experience and how we can learn from this experience when we are just kicking off this experiment of the free zones for technology. Catarina, thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. Thanks very much for the invitation. So I will make a brief presentation about the role of SEIA in the definition of the concept of free zones for technology and also in the implementation of this zone here in Matosinhos. SEIA introduced the concept of free zones for technology in 2016 under a specific Portuguese program, Startup Portugal program. SEIA participated in a working group to define the concept and to define some rules for the innovation, experimentation and testing of new technologies. At the moment, these zones were mainly focused on autonomous vehicles and drones. And this idea was then incorporated in the regulation in the Portuguese legislation in 2020 through the publication of a resolution of the Council of Ministries with the main principles for the creation of these free zones for technology. At the moment, we are waiting for the publication of an ordinance under the Portugal Digital Program with the regulation of these free zones for technology. But in April 2019, the municipality of Matosinhos, SEIA and NOS launched the first free zone for technology in Portugal, in the country, here in Matosinhos. And the idea is to test and experiment new technologies, products and services on smart and sustainable mobility and on smart and sustainable cities. So for us, free zones for technology are spaces for developing, testing and experimenting new technologies, products, services, but also new business models in the real-life context. And the objective is to answer to some future societal challenges, ensuring safety and privacy conditions and protection of people and goods. For us, future challenges are mainly linked with climate change and the need to accelerate the transition towards carbon neutrality in cities. These free zones for technology can be implemented in private spaces, for example, a military zone, in private spaces with public access, for example, a university or a technology park, and of course in public spaces like streets, buildings, squares, or neighborhoods. These zones are very important to test not only data-driven solutions, but also physical systems and to test technologies like artificial intelligence, data analytics, robotics, or blockchain, for example. So we launched the Free Zone for Technology here in Matosinhos, as I said, in April 2019, in a collaboration between the City Council, CEA, and nós. And Matosinhos is a very good place to test new technologies because it is characterized by diversity. We live here in a coastal city, also in an industrial city, and it combines rural and urban spaces. So in fact, it is a very good space for testing and experimentation. So we have developed 3 main tests and experiments here in the Technology Free Zone of Matosinhos. The first one was in April 2019. CEA was involved in testing the sustainability platform AIR. This sustainability platform was designed to accelerate the transition towards carbon neutral cities, rewarding citizens for their sustainable actions or for the adoption of sustainable mobility modes. Then in June 2019, nós tested the 5G solution here in the city of Matosinhos, and finally in January 2020, a Portuguese company, Visionware, tested an abusive parking detection solution within a European project supported by Horizon 2020. Just to finish this brief introduction, of course we are collaborating on a national and international basis. We have some collaborations with, for example, Austria Tech, the network of urban mobility labs in Austria, and also with Nordic Edge, the Nordic Smart Cities Living Labs in the Nordic countries. But we are strongly collaborating also with the European network of digital innovation hubs. As we know, one of the main activities of digital innovation hubs are test before invest services, and we are trying to promote this collaboration through our Digital Innovation Hub promoted by CEA, which is Digital Innovation Hub for Carbon Neutrality. The idea is to put digital transition at the service of climate transition, of carbon neutrality. And finally, we are working also to promote this collaboration with testing and experimentation facilities that are being created under the Digital Europe program, specifically focused on smart cities and communities to test artificial intelligence-based soft and hardware solutions and products. So our idea is in fact to integrate our Free Zone for Technology here in Matosinhos in this European framework, collaborating with digital innovation hubs and with these big testing and experimentation facilities in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Catarina. Thank you. I'd like now to pass the word to José Pedro from the Council of Matosinhos to bring us a more humanistic perspective of technology adoption. In a room full of scientists and technologists, what your experience can tell us about how people in the municipality are adjusting and adopting this technological domain?
Well, again, thank you very much for your invitation. To be present here is an honor to speak in behalf of Matosinhos municipality in such a conference. I did not bring any presentation because I think that the best picture that you can have of our challenges as a municipality is located right left of your of your eyes, and we are the urban community which we believe faces more challenge, being a community with different and hard infrastructures right in the core of our city. Oil refinery, commercial harbor, fishing harbor, a lot of industries, risk, and that poses some risk for our community. And we have been working on the ways that we have to face our challenges, both development, economic development challenges, but bring a perspective of facing and fighting climate changes in a way that give us the path to work towards a sustainable and a smart community. So we developed from 2018 the first carbon zero living laboratory, working with SEIA. We developed some tools to bring viable changes to the daily life of our citizens, both investment of infrastructures and tools to make and accelerate this changing towards a sustainable community. But in 2019, working with SEIA from 2016 on this regulatory effort to work on technological free zones, we underline this need for the municipality to have different tools to accelerate these changes. So technological free zone was the tool that we found suitable to bring enterprises, technological development center, and glue this need for changing and better pace to face our needs for energetic transition and better energy efficiency and better mobility in our cities. So we've, Katarina has already said it, both on autonomous vehicles, working with NOS, with surveillance equipments to help us face the needs for security on a 12-kilometer coast, working with changing on public infrastructure, both lightings and other intervention on public space toward energetic transition, and providing citizens with tools like air credits and other tools that give citizens options on their mobility service that can give them the tools for making better and more efficient and green choices on mobility, help accelerate these transitions. So, in fact, the main goal for us is to have the citizen in the center of this transition. And the technological free zones give us the right platform, and this is the concept that we wanted to test from day one. This concept bringing technological and scientific advances and bringing them with the viable solutions for citizens to test them, use them, to feel them as their own, and to integrate them in their daily lives. So, as Katarina said, we've tested in different spaces with different public approaches, but with the goal to make them viable for citizens fast as we can, to make these changes happen faster. Last week, we gave citizens the first application where we integrate air credit solution linked to micromobility operators, to public transport operators, give them the notion that different and green options on mobility can have an important impact on their lives and on their community lives, and give them these tools for understanding the value of their choices on green mobility solutions. It's important for the municipality, and as important is, and we took that step, making a regulatory effort in 2018 for the first time in our country, I believe, to build a memorandum of understanding for all micromobility operators, scooter operators, or electric bike sharing operators, to give them a regulatory instrument that gave them access to our municipality for operating and parking scooters, but obligating them to share with the municipality real data, operating information, to give them full access to the municipality of the core of their operations, to make us also available, make some information important for the municipality available for making important choices on urban infrastructure and making public policies adjustable to this transition which the municipalities are still learning how to deal properly. So our effort is to build within these technological free zones a regulator scheme for making better investment choices, better public policies adjustment or designing, but within this goal, having this concern of making the citizen a part of our project. And we found directly with citizens or with schools or with communities or with demo or piloting tests with citizen groups, but making this path not only a path that the municipality links with important companies or important scientific and technological centers, but a path that is being built with citizens all along the way to guarantee that this is a way that we can accelerate this changing that we really need to accelerate in order to meet all of the goals that we all need and understand the emergency that we need to face them. So for a municipality as Matosinhos, which is not only an urban community, but has many other challenges, these technological free zones are important sandboxes, crucial sandboxes to make the crossroads with all the enterprises and to be we've had some recognition of the European Commission precisely for bringing the municipality and small and medium enterprises being able to build viable projects on green market solutions and green market projects, precisely for being able to build these partnerships between enterprises, the municipality, and the citizens that we believe are the way that we can build sustainable and solid solutions to meet our goals. So.
Back to you shortly, but now I'll just ask Manuel Yanes to tell us a bit. NOS has been also part of this project. Can you elaborate on what your role has been and how this experience has been for NOS?
Shall I start with that?
Yeah, sure.
So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'd just like to share a couple of slides on tech-free zones. Actually, you should call them free zones for technology, because tech-free zones is not exactly what we want to accomplish. So first thing is that we're a fan of free zones for technology. And the reason that we are a fan of these zones is that we believe that they're important potential sources of economic prosperity. And we believe that because they're places for experimentation and thus for innovation. The second is that this innovation and this collaboration between, as you've seen, the municipality, SEIA, other companies, this collaboration is a very important source of new business, of business experimentation, and real and business experimentation that has been tested with people in the right environment. And this is very important to make these businesses work in the future. And the last, of course, is that if this is built right, it's a relevant part of a territory attractiveness. If this ecosystem is built right, you can bring a lot of very good people working together And that, of course, makes for territory attractiveness. What have we been doing here? Basically, after the first free zone for technology launch, Matosinhos was the first municipality in Portugal that NOS covered with a full-fledged 5G network. And it's been, as a test network, operational since early 2020. And what we've done here with the help of SEIA and other partners and with the help of the municipality is basically we've tested remote car driving, we've tested drones for security and rescue, we've tested also drones for surveillance and other mechanisms. And basically, we've also done this not only to test the use cases in practice with real people, real cases, but also we've done this to perfect and optimize our network so that we are ready to pursue exactly the same plan when we actually were rolling out throughout the country. Just to give you an example, I don't know if the video comes in or after, it doesn't matter, but basically here in the port, we use the 5G solution using drones to basically accomplish these three goals. One is to help in the maintenance of large infrastructures, so we can use the drones to inspect the whole of the infrastructures, the large infrastructures that the port has. The second is that we use the drones to help support port maneuvers. So I don't know if you know, but when ships get into the port, they have a very narrow space to maneuver. And with the help of drones, they can execute those maneuvers much more efficiently. And the last, of course, is for pure security purposes, thus to understand if there is perimeter security invasion, just from video detection and not using a lot of other means to do this, to serve this purpose. Regarding the future, I would like to leave at least 3 notes from our reflection for your reflection. The creation of these free technological zones has, my belief, 3 challenges. The first one is simplification. So what happened here in Matosinhos was that there was a huge collaboration between all parties, including the municipality and including other entities. And this informal collaboration is what allowed us to pursue all these tests in a speedy manner, in a safe manner, and a consequent manner. My request for reflection is that we should consider that the future free technology zones, or technology-free zones, use these same methods for simplification. So if we have to write emails and letters and everything to all the different entities and wait for their replies, this is going to be a very difficult plan to implement. The second is basically that we would like, or at least that we, for once, take advantage of the scale that we can build within the country. And this would mean that it wouldn't be a great idea to replicate the same technology being tested in different areas of the country, because if we do, we'll never get national scale for each of those technologies. So again, the second point was that if we use these zones to build solid, strong clusters of research and business and municipalities and population. If we use them to build these clusters and they are strong and scalable and have enough scale clusters, we'll make it good. But if we multiply the same technologies over the country, we'll just make very small things that have have very little chance to succeed. The last one is that if these zones are to happen, this collaboration environment requires a pre-existing base of research, business, and other uses. If there is no pre-existing base, it will not be the flag of the free technological zone that will create it. There's supposed to be one to start with. There's supposed to be minimum scale to start with, and that's exactly what happened here in Matosinhos. There was enough scale, enough will and scale and collaboration and ecosystem to start. So these are just 3 notes for reflection on how we could approach and take advantage of these zones. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel. I'll now pass the floor to Rui from UbiWare, who's going to tell us a bit about UbiWare, what their experience is, and how they can benefit from this initiative.
Surely.
Thank
Hi.
you.
Hi, I'm Rui Costa, and well, it's a pleasure being here to talk about UbiWare's experience on experimentation on the two areas of business that we have since 2007. So, UbiWare is a Portuguese company devoted to research and innovation on two areas, smart cities and telecommunications. We are composed of 80 bright innovators divided between our facilities in Aveiro and Coimbra. Our solutions are distributed all over the world in more than 60 cities now, in different verticals of smart cities and also telecom, so ranging from bike sharing, parking, traffic management, and also 5G solutions. We see the city with an holistic view on these verticals, and our vision is like a nervous system. That's why we have branded this area as City Nervous System. We like to see the city management with an organic approach, well, divided in the nervous system itself, composed of the central and peripheral nervous system, and all the other systems, being them city service providers, the municipalities themselves, or other regulatory bodies. Talking specifically about our projects, starting with Snob 5G, we are thankful to MIT Portugal for co-funding this project in collaboration with the Instituto das Telecomunicações and Universidade de Coimbra. What is it about? Talking about developing a backhauling system to 5G technologies that is self-optimized, scalable, and ultimately wireless. So instead of having optical fiber used as backhauling of 5G systems, we are testing technology using wireless. Very important for city centers, mostly historical city centers in which you don't have permission to excavate or other issues that you face in historical city centers. In this project, we have a pilot, well, somehow big pilot for Portuguese dimension. In Aveiro, we are deploying it with the help of the municipality and the long experience of Instituto das Telecomunicações. Another project with, in this case, a federation of 3 large-scale pilots. It's UrbSense. UrbSense received the Seal of Excellence from Horizon 2020 and is being co-funded by Portugal 2020. The 3 large-scale pilots are located in Aveiro again, well, where we are and where is our headquarters, not only for that, but because Aveiro is really experienced on this kind of projects and innovations. Barcelona, well, for their experience also as a mobile world capital, and Helsinki more on the smart city and human city side. I've talked about federation because this is very important here. We are not only doing 3 large-scale pilots alone themselves, so isolated. They are part of a larger experience in which not only regulatory requirements are compliant with each other, but also we are, of course, using the same technology. In the case of Barcelona, we are using private facilities of Polytechnical University of Catalonia, but we should comply with public requirements because all the campus is of public use. In Helsinki, it's in a new area that the municipality is devoting for this kind of experimentation, and Aveiro is all over the city. Another project in which we are working with the Instituto das Telecomunicações and the Municipality of Aveiro, in this case is not a research, well, somehow it's a research project, but it is funded via a public tender launched by European Commission. We have won this tender, and we are working on having a autonomous shuttle connecting two different parts of the city. The challenges here are that we have to deal with CCAM, so the new brand name for cooperative, connected, and autonomous automated mobility in European. But also it deals with the telecom regulatory issues. So here we have the regulator of telecommunications, ANACOM, but we also have to deal with the regulator of mobility, different challenges and priorities for the city. It's also very challenging. And how do we deal with, as a small, yet small Portuguese company, how we deal with so different projects? We work in a federated and integrated way. We have rebuilt a laboratory in University of Aveiro with our own capital, 100%. We have branded this lab as Connected Intelligence Open Lab. It's kind of a, well, window for all over our places in which we research these topics.
Thank you, Rui.
Thank you.
So we have now a good start for the debate, and I'll just ask you some questions. I'll start with Catarina, and actually making some use of what Rui and Manuel said. When we look at technologies, and you've mentioned, several of you mentioned different technologies. So what type of technologies can really be tested and benefit from this regulatory sandbox or need? Can you tell us a bit, of course, from SEIA's perspective, as a technology developer, what you believe are the requirements?
So, thank you, Joana. As you know, SEIA develops new technologies, products and services for some high-tech industries, automotive, urban mobility, aeronautics, ocean and space. So we are testing, or we are trying to test and experiment technology solutions in all these areas. But specifically here in Matosinhos, we are testing solutions linked to urban mobility, so new mobility services. And for us, new mobility service has three main dimensions: the physical product, so the bicycle, the car, connectivity and communications, and here we are collaborating with NOS, and then the data platform, the mobility management system. So we are testing all of these dimensions linked with a new mobility service. For example, I mentioned our air platform. We are testing this air platform here in Matosinhos, connected with new mobility services like the bike sharing system here in Matosinhos. This platform is a sustainability platform designed to achieve a carbon neutral society, and it has four main functions. One is quantification, the second, the generation of tokens, the third, the exchange, and the last one, the offset. So first of all, the quantification. When someone here in Matosinhos uses a bike sharing service, is avoiding carbon emissions. And our platform quantifies in real time these avoided carbon emissions according to validated methodologies, international recognized methodologies. The second step, our platform converts into tokens this avoided carbon emissions value, and these tokens are stored in the user digital wallet. Third step, these tokens can be exchanged for green goods and services here in Matosinhos, namely other sustainable mobility services, but also municipal services. And in the future, if regulation permits, we can use these tokens to pay city taxes, for example. The last one is local companies can purchase these tokens to offset their carbon emissions. And then we are trying to create a local voluntary carbon market. And for that, we need specific rules for innovation, experimentation, and test of these new concepts here in Portugal. Of course, for testing this platform, users' involvement is very important. So, as José Pedro said, we are collaborating with citizens and with the communities in a co-creation process, mainly to promote the social adoption of these technologies by the citizens. For example, yesterday we organized the World Café with a group of 50 Matosinhos citizens in order to collect some information about users' experience, but also to discuss the future of mobility here in Matosinhos. So the involvement of citizens is very important, but we need also some exemptions in terms of regulation to test all of these new mobility services.
So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that to go further in this innovation development, this initiative that we are just launching, which are exactly regulatory sandboxes where you can, for those of you who are not familiar, it means that in these specific areas we are not obliged to the same regulatory constraints as in other places, just for clarification.
Yeah, just
so this means that this initiative could actually allow and accelerate the innovation that you are developing in this technological front. Is that correct?
Yeah, is that correct? Because, as I said, for example, how can the municipality accept payment in air tokens? This is not allowed by the legislation, so we need, in fact, these legal rules for experimenting and testing these new solutions. How can a citizen pay, in fact, city taxes with air tokens? All of these questions require specific rules for experimentation.
Okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. Maybe I ask Zé Pedro, what's your experience in involving the citizens? How can you really involve people in this initiative? And how do you see that in this evolution and in our initiative we could engage with the population and even further?
Decarbonization is still a hard word inside the community. People doesn't understand immediately the value of saving carbon emissions. It's not a natural concept. So we have to work, and I think that there's been made an effort to change, to show the way and the value of saving green gas emissions and the value it has for our community. So our path has been a long one, and we are engaging a lot of initiatives to bring citizens to this discussion and to involve them with real instruments that give a value to their options and a value to their decisions, mainly on the sector that's responsible for 30% of green gas emissions, which is transport, and give them, as Katarina said, these tools more than speeches to make them this change real. And we've been successful, I think. We have over 40,000 citizens subscribing to platforms for micromobility solutions, understanding the value of their savings, and this has really been a surprise for just the piloting project, with a few hundred scooters being such a popular transition. But it's also a transition that gives the municipality the responsibility of making public investment on areas that were not foreseeable in the early years. We are undergoing some projects within these technological free zones that also we brought from the decarbonization laboratory, for example, implementing road pavements that absorb energy of cars or vehicles and transform them to energy, electrical energy, or public lighting. Other experiences that give us circular organization of energy, and experimenting on a public space, both with lighting, with these investments, other technologies also linked to automation services, like a robot for helping clean up of green spaces, that we've been building around this idea that we have to invest on public spaces, also integrating some developments on this robotics and other technologies that can help us organizing public services in a better way, and linking communities. And we've done that with public parks, with the people that use the public parks and that were surprised by our testing of robots doing things that it's normally linked to workers, like cleaning leaves on the ground, or other services that we are trying within this technological free zone, giving also space and room for testing, experimenting new ways of organizing more efficiently public services. So that the citizens, and we feel that, for answering your question, that with real experiences, real world experiments, we give them this notion and this visibility for the change that we want for our future. So decarbonization, it's not anymore a strange word within Matosinhos, but mainly because we are building the tools that give the citizens this option of living differently. And I think that we need this. Manuel put the things, I think, in the most correct way. We need these changes to be national. It's not the geography of local powers that can help to answer this question. We need integrated metropolitan policies and a national strategy that can bring us viable technologies that work and that give more expression to this change.
So if I understand correctly, and I don't know if everybody understood the same as I did, but your experience shows that people are in fact open to these adoption processes and to start engaging in these experiments. Is that what your numbers show, and what you feel from your relationship to people here in Matosinhos?
Yes, they are getting on board. It's not an easy train. You have to face many challenges and many habits, both in transition of means of transportation in a society that is highly dependable on a private car for managing mobility options. We are undergoing many changes, from car to public transportation, from public transportation to integration solutions with micro-mobility operations, to give them new habits of going around the city on buses, knowing that they can have bikes or scooters, that their tariffs are integrated, their solutions, their schedules, their lines are on the palm of their hands. They can access real-time information, real-time data to better managing their mobility options. We need to make several transitions at a time. We are doing it. We have a long way to go within this transition, but real-time data is, I believe, one of the most important acquisitions that technology within this tech-free zone is be able us to build tools that really help people to get better mobility options, and their options are getting us somewhere. We are offering free bus passes to kids on obligatory school. We are giving incentives to college students, both to use public transportation, and we are building applications to help them use this public transportation in a way that it's not only become a habit, but it's become a link to new habits. And we want these new habits to be bike sharing, electric bike sharing access, or scooter sharing access, and taking the car out of equation. But for this, we have to give them options. We have to build options. We have to change public space, the way we think the city, the roads, the blocks, neighborhood feelings. And we want to do this, but we still have oil refineries, big industries, commercial, heavy infrastructure in the middle of the city. So this is a challenge. It's a complex puzzle. But as Manuel also showed, big companies, port administrations, other industries are adopting important technologies to better managing their solutions, to decarbonization their freight operations, which is a major issue in Matosinhos. And we are getting somewhere together because we are integrating technologies in the space where these technologies are building better city. And we have this notion, and people have this notion too.
Thank you, Zepid. I'll also ask Manuel to complement this presentation. You said something that made me think a bit, which was the specialization of the zones. Can you clarify a bit what you meant? Do you mean that the same technology should not be tested in different zones, or that different aspects of the same technology should be tested in each zone? So that was not very clear to me what you meant by that, and what does that mean for your technological strategy at NOR?
We were discussing a while ago in the coffee break that Portugal has a hard time collaborating. We have a hard time collaborating with each other. So we, try to put our egos sometimes in front of the public good. And if this happens with free zones for technology, it will be a disaster. And what am I saying? I'm saying that if there is technology-free zone that is working on mobility, then we should have one, a strong one, and all the national partners should come in to work at that zone. If we have another one for agro-industry, we should have one, a big one, a strong one, with a strong ecosystem. We should not have like 3 of each, because we're already small, a country. If we don't put our ecosystems together to work together in the same kind of environment, then it's going to be a pity, because we will not have strong zones in any sector. And that was basically the note of our reflection. This should be, I think, we should try and counter our nature of independence regarding technological free zones.
Thank you. We could develop a bit more on that, but I'm already being told to stay on track of the schedule. And I'll just ask Rui, I was curious about these projects that you have with different cities in Europe. We know that this initiative that we are launching in Portugal is quite unique in European terms. So I'd like, if you have this idea of what different cities allow in regulatory terms. You mentioned some limitations. Can you tell us a bit from your experience how these different cities work?
Sure, I'll try at least. Well, as a company, well, we have to sell products and services. So these free zones for technology, we see them as a way to anticipate issues, problems with our own customers in their own environment. So that's why we try to bring to these projects a representative of each stakeholder on each business. Okay? And in the case of UrbSense, the Federation of 3 Large-Scale Pilots, we have done that having one very good representative of the mobile world, which is Barcelona, and then Helsinki as a European city, really experienced on these kind of projects, having the human side of things, not only technology by technology. Well, in that case, maybe the tech-free zones apply as well. Well, they have worked with us. In fact, another good thing or interesting thing is that the region in Helsinki that is devoted for this kind of experimentation is very close to the sea. It's also on the port zone, and it deals with urban planners, with the technological universities, but also with citizens, and having 3 different cities and population communities helps us doing the same technology with these 3 flavors, and well, anticipating, as I was saying, problems for the future for our real products, not only on collaborative a laboratory in good conditions for the products.
Okay, thank you, Rui. So we can have also some questions from the audience. Is there a question? I do have more here, but I'd like to give the opportunity. Zé Paulo Esperança, if you can introduce yourselves before you ask, so we know who is asking the question. There's a question here. I don't think you should hold it.
Obrigado.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not in charge, really.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this very excellent presentation. I'm impressed with the Matosinhos activity in this area, in this interaction between technology and citizen engagement and all of that. And I would like to ask how, especially how this can be replicated in other places, and especially for UbiWare, how do you approach potential clients in other places? Is it the municipalities that are your main target? Do you talk mainly to them, or do you use other tools for networking? And how can indeed this program MIT also help you in this process? Thank you.
So there's actually 2 questions. One is how can we reproduce this experience in Matosinhos? Maybe I'll ask Manuel, because you were really specific about location and technology. So that means that this question actually goes against what you said. Is that true, or is there a way to reproduce the experience?
I think the concept of free technological zones can, of course, it should, of course, be replicated in many other areas. I think the preconditions are pretty clear that there has to be a preceding ecosystem, both enterprise, academia, research centers, and public entities. If this ecosystem exists, and if this the result of what is going to be tested is very relevant for that region in particular, there should be a good precondition to start a free technological zone with a given subject matter.
Okay. Would you like to add anything, José Pedro, Catarina, to this question?
My opinion is biased on this because we found this need. For us, the city is movement. So we found ourselves in a place where we need to integrate everything. And although we don't work, we were directly in Matosinhos yet, I am a fan of the way that we were think the relation between all the dynamics within the city. And this is what we have done with a different approach and with a different start point, but it's what we want to do. We want to have a complete understanding of all transformations that we are undergoing here, and we need the technological solutions to make it happen and to understand at all time what is going on and where we want to go at what pace. So I think that we started to strengthen these partnerships because we understand that we can have a word as a local power with a very few legal instruments to do it. So the way of regulating these technological zones are very important for us because we need to have a strong regulatory system for what all the amazing and all the creativity that we are doing here. We do need some legal regulations to give us more strength to all the things that we are doing.
It's good to know that this initiative actually just came in time. Katarina, would you like to add anything to this question?
Yes, thank you. In fact, about replication, we can create a free zone for technology within the scope of a municipality, but also within the scope of a region, for example. And SAE and nós, we are working on the definition of a sustainable mobility agenda to be submitted to the recovery plan of the Portuguese government. And we are connecting three different players: industry, the science and technology system, and the cities. And for us, cities are very important. And we would like to create here a free zone for technology in the north region of Portugal in collaboration with around 10 cities. And we would like very much to have this the formalization of these free zones for technology that will enable us to test the new mobility services within this agenda.
So this gives a chance to reproduce in other cities. Rui,
yeah, well, thank you for your question, and being very honest and clear. As a company, our main driver is, because you have asked about drivers and targets, partnership targets. So the main driver is selling products and services, and well, that's the way we do to roadmap our products, and having these partners, or at least target partners, consuming or testing our solutions is inviting them for our projects. So we have a long experience working with European partners under, for example, Horizon 2020. We firstly invite them for our projects. Well, hopefully we are being successful on that field, and then we invite them for our own projects. You were 100%, bless you, 100% funded projects.
Thank you. I think we can do one more question. Is that true?
Wow.
Oh. Is it short? Two short questions? Can we make two short questions in a row?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Licia Conceição. I'm an alumni of MIT Portugal program, and I have a question for you. So we know that in free zones for technology, we are testing technology itself, and I have seen that you've tested G5. And we know that in other countries they are testing cellular and hybrid technology, especially for focusing on the vehicles and automated vehicles. So I'd like to check what is your personal opinion about what will be exactly the future. How do you foresee these three choices that cities across Europe are making and are testing and investing right now? So what do you think that will be not the final, but the technology most used across Europe?
So before you answer, I'll just ask the last question, just to give a chance.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nicole. I'm a tech lawyer. I heard the goods from the smart city technologies, and now mostly I would like to hear about any claims and challenges you had with the population regarding the use of the ZLT here in Matosinhos. And also, I heard what José Pedro said about the citizen being in the center of all the decisions. This is very good to know in theory, but of course we know that fairness, accountability, and transparency in a smart city context could be a challenging point too. So how do you, in practical terms, implement the FAT as it's known in the artificial intelligence gigs?
Thank you for your question. I guess you can start, Pedro, because this was very directed to you, so I will let you start and then...
Well, I will center two samples of our initiative. One is regarding with this air credit tool. We are working to giving a value to an air credit, exchanging these credits with public service for leisure, sports, cultural access within the municipality. We are, in one aspect, give incentives to citizens to reward their options on mobility. We are putting them on center within incentives, and on the other hand, we are obligating other sample micromobility operators to give a municipality full disclosure on their operations in order to give people, to give municipality full notion of these operations. On the third level, we are working, although we didn't have these experiments on public space because of privacy legislation, we had them on SAIA's private space for testing technologies that give not direct surveillance on public space, but cloud management of movements and volume movements on public space to better organize traffic and other important means of organization of public space or streets. And with that, we are not undergoing any changes that can challenge privacy or fundamental rights of citizens. And I think that is the biggest challenge that we have, and our obligation is to give these free technological zones their legal environment, but working on public space solutions and artificial intelligence in a way that doesn't hurt fundamental rights. It is our concern from the beginning. We are trying to develop tools that stimulate this transition, but we need that this transition has to get a complete grip on these fundamental rights, and we are trying to, in different perspectives, always protecting these rights and organizing this legal work within this perspective. From 5G, I think we need it. Nós gave this first. I'm also civil protection city council, and within 5G, although we have on mobility perspective a lot of uses that are important to us from a civil protection point of view. Within the municipality that has 12 kilometers of coast, we save 30 lives on our shore every year. We take from the sea 30 people. We give rescue. We are on rescue missions. We save lives over 50, 60 people every year in our beaches. We need better solutions to give us more rescue response capability. Again, the refinery, the harbor, a lot of forest, natural resources that we need to give proper surveillance, and we need this to be done in a huge area with a lot of challenges. And 5G will be able to give us the network and the pace of information that we need to make this happen on a variety of subjects in a perspective where we want to have, and we are building, a common set of operations in a municipality where we can integrate all the verticals that we need to make this properly. And again, we have a lot of very specific verticals. If you see there, you see the verticals of the refinery, the verticals of the cranes. We have a lot of uncommon verticals to integrate within the very strange urban space, but we need, and we needed that technology to make it happen.
Thank you, José Pedro. Catarina, Manuel, Rui, a very short last intervention on answer. He talks too much.
I'm sorry.
Just a few words. I think that free zones for technology are also useful to evaluate or assess the impacts of technology in the environment, the economy, and society. So, and then if they are positive, we can replicate or scale up the solutions to other cities and regions. So for us, it's very important to ensure that technologies are not harmful for the environment, and we need also to preserve data privacy and security of people in these free zones for technology.
Thank you, Catarina. Manuel?
I think free zones for technology should be a great place to also experiment in legislation. In the sense that we could probably do right principles rather than regulations, rely on initiative, like the Matosinhos municipality rather than whatever sort of imposition, and rely a lot on informal collaboration based on those principles.
Thank you, that's a good input. Rui, last word, very quickly.
Yeah, in 1 minute, trying to answer the question 5G or G5. Apparently, Europe is going into the middle. So Asian more cellular, mobile networks, United States more CITS. Apparently we are trying to deal with both. It's our perspective.
Okay, so thank you. It was a great panel, great discussion. I invite you to sit while we hear the next intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna, and our speakers. For this morning's closing session, we invite to the stage the Portuguese Secretary of State for Digital Transition, André de Aragão Azevedo, responsible for the Portugal Action Plan for Digital Transition.
Muito bom dia. Good morning to everyone. Let me start by saying that I was told that I should make this presentation in Portuguese, so it came as a surprise to make it in English. I'll do my best to adapt. Obviously, when we think about tomorrow's living space, this is definitely on the top ranking in terms of architecture. We are definitely inspired by this great building, and it's good to have this discussion about the future in this particular space. I would also start by greeting MIT Portugal for bringing this discussion into the debate, and also for promoting this important conference that allows us to share a few ideas and angles on this agenda. Obviously, to say also, greet also the members of the panel, of the previous panel. It was a very interesting discussion, and it was above all important to understand the different angles of different entities that look into this Free Zones for Technology new initiative, as something that can have a benefit for all these kind of entities. In fact, even despite the fact that we are talking about entities with different nature, both private, public, municipalities, small, big companies, all of them agree that we definitely need a new instrument that allows us to promote experimentation, testing, and to basically to innovate. This is obviously a topic of great importance and consensus, because we are all aware of the increasing relative weight of technology and digital on our economy. This is a sector that is in permanent expansion, allowing us to develop new products, to develop new services, basically to change our business models of all our organizations. And we can see now that we have already a very tangible impact. When we think about the relative weight of digital in our economy, we know that it already represents 6% of our GDP, meaning 13,000 million euros. This is what this sector directly represents. And this is obviously something that we should think about, because we're talking about a huge opportunity, and we know that the relative weight will increase more and more. And this is exactly why this came also as a political priority, and that's why it's on our program of the government, particularly stated as something that in which we must pay particular attention, because we know that from this investment there will be a return, both for our economy and for our society. And this is also why we have approved an action plan for digital transition of our country that we have presented in March 2020, right before the pandemic crisis hit us. But in fact it was very good, because basically we have a strategy to deal with the kind of pressure that we didn't know, but in fact that we needed to deal with. And it also came as a very important instrument, because now we have additional resources to deal with this challenge. I'm talking about the new PT 2030 European funding cycle that will start very soon, and also the resilience and recovery funding that gave us the financial capacity to accelerate this agenda. I don't know if all of you are aware, but there was the specific decision of allocating from the recovery and resilience funding 2,500 million specifically to tackle digital transition. So basically all these dimensions, the digital transition, the climate transition, and of course the resilience approach are absolutely relevant to deal with the short-term needs regarding overcoming our pandemic crisis. But I believe even more important is the medium and long-term impact. We must understand that we need to promote this structural change in our economy so that we can be much more competitive. And this obviously requires betting on digital. We know that there is a direct correlation between innovation and competitiveness. And that is why we have invested so much, and we will keep on investing more on this sector. And particularly for the case that was under discussion this morning in this particular panel, we need to make sure that the free zones for technology are a very strong asset, a very strong instrument that we can take advantage in order to promote this innovation and to deal much better, and I think this deserves some kind of reflection. We need to understand that there is no innovation without experimentation and without mistake. We must deal better, and I believe in Portugal we still have a way to go in terms of accepting to fail. We cannot learn, we cannot improve, we cannot innovate without failing, and all the big events in science and technology came from very big failures, and so we must understand that this is part of the game, and that's why we need to make sure that we promote the right way to make mistakes, to fail, and to learn and develop starting on that. The concept of, I believe that after this discussion is already clear for everyone what we're talking about in terms of concept. We have heard the term of regulatory sandboxes. Basically, we want to make sure that also from a legal point of view, we have the capacity to create exemptions of highly regulated areas. We must make sure that if I want to innovate on drones or on autonomous vehicles, I have the capacity to test and to learn and to experiment in a real environment. And of course, this requires exempting from creating exemptions from the big regulatory and legislative context. So the concept is this one, regulatory sandbox, which means we want to make sure that we have also a very important improvement in terms of the involvement of our regulatory bodies. Typically and historically, and I believe we don't have such a long tradition of learning what should be the better role for regulatory bodies, but we need them to be more involved, to be more constructive in their approach to industry and to the economy. We don't want just inspections, we don't want just to apply fines, we want them to make sure that they are involved since the first moment, to make sure that all the testing, all the experimentation is done the right way, complying with the right rules, but accepting that they need to work with the real economy. And when we talk about incorporating technology, let's also be clear on this. The representative from SEIA already mentioned, we want to make sure that we are more capable of incorporating artificial intelligence, blockchain, bio and nanotechnology, 5G, quantum computing. All the emergent technologies need to be included in our business models, in our value chain. And of course, this didn't start this year. This is a process that came from some time ago, where we have heard that since 2016 that there are works, particularly here in Matosinhos around and on SEIA, around the development of this concept of free zones for technology. And that's why we decided to, in 2019, to recover this topic and make it and materialize it in terms of creating a legal framework that definitely puts this on the top of our agenda. And we started with an extensive study and an international benchmark that would allow us to analyze and assess different solutions in different countries. We didn't want just to replicate an example from Spain or from UK, because we thought that we could do better than that. Just for you to understand better what I mean by this, in the UK, for example, their example of regulatory sandbox was around fintech. And we didn't want just to have a particular free zone for technology in a specific sector. We want to make sure, because we believe that all sectors or all businesses are now digital, we want to make sure that we have a digital agenda for every single sector or industry. So this required the approval of a common framework that creates the conditions for every single sector to have a digital agenda. And that's why also we heard more than 50 stakeholders to make sure that we had the right inputs on the development of this concept. So as it was mentioned, in 2020 we approved the general principles, and this year in July we have already enforced, since the 30th of July, we have enforced a common framework that creates the conditions now to implement specific and real free zones for technology. So this is the moment to mobilize the entire ecosystem and to make sure that we do create free zones for technology and that we accelerate this digital agenda. Also, it's important to emphasize a topic that was referred by Manuel Ramalhianes, the topic of the scale. We must understand that we are a small country, not as small as some of our people sometimes insist on, but we definitely need scale. If we want to compete at the highest level in a global market, we need to understand that all of us are not enough to be as big as we would like to be. So this requires us to get together, to collaborate, to initiate partnerships so that we have the right scale. And that is why we would like to have one free zone for technology for each sector. We don't want to replicate and to be cannibalizing in Portugal between different projects. We want to make sure that we organize ourselves, we make the right partnerships, and we are able to work in a network mode to get the scale that we need. It's also important to understand that we need to involve all the stakeholders. It was clear in this panel that we are aligned in terms of spirit. We must also ensure that we materialize this level of cooperation. I already mentioned the need for this new approach on regulation, the need for a much smarter regulation that puts our regulatory bodies on board and working together with us. And another important concern that we have since the beginning is to have a well-balanced distribution of these free zones for technology. We don't want just in Lisbon or in Oporto or in Coimbra. We must make sure that there is a well-balanced distribution, and we must make sure that both in Azores and Madeira and the inner parts of Portugal, we also have conditions to test, to experiment, and to extract value from these new ideas. Also, this will be, I believe, a very important asset to attract more investment and to internationalize our projects. And it's also important to say that we want to work with the projects that are already in place. We obviously believe that it makes sense to recognize the kind of effort that was made here in Matosinhos with examples like CEIA. We don't want to start everything or design everything from the scratch. What it makes sense is to build on what is already on the field and being able to build from there. As a conclusion, I would highlight that it's important to use free zones for technology basically as a very strong means to stimulate this innovation in every single sector. This is the message I would like to leave with you. And also to emphasize that free zones for technology were not designed as an isolated instrument. They are supposed to work together with other instruments, for example, the digital innovation hubs, the test beds, or the startups investments that we are doing at this moment. Also, it's important to emphasize that there isn't a particular profile of entities that can apply to become a free or to develop a free zone for technology. It's open to both private and public entities. It's open to singular and companies and collective entities. So basically, we wanted to design this model and this framework as a very flexible and open solution that is able to accommodate the different needs of the different sectors. I'm almost ending, but basically we're looking for champions that are able to materialize and to deliver, and I ask you and appeal to you so that you can become those champions that mobilize in the short term the right stakeholders to create these new entities. And it's important also to become clear that we have three types of entities involved in this. The National Authority Tests, which is the National Agency for Innovation, represented here by the President, Joana Mendonça. Thank you for all your support. We want to have a management entity that is supposed to ensure the operations and to promote the creation of this free zone for technology. And of course, we need on board, as I mentioned, the regulatory bodies. So it's important to make sure that these three types of entities are aligned in the common purpose of creating the free zones for technology. So I believe if we have a good legal framework, if we have funding, and I can assure you that for the coming years we have the capacity to co-invest in these projects. There is political support in this project. There are public entities that are aligned with this vision, and there are private companies and entrepreneurs that are willing to materialize. I believe that we have a very virtuous context, and we will be able to deliver and to materialize this vision. So basically the race starts now. I request all the mobilization of all of you, and thank you very much for your support and the, support in this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, your Secretary of State, André Tiaragão Azevedo. We will now take a break for lunch. In the atrium, you will have the opportunity to engage with our community, and we invite you to find out more about the MIT Portugal program projects and work plans of our PhD candidates in the electronic posters that are displayed there. Please take your time to meet the researchers and companies involved in these projects. For those who will participate in the tour to CMAR, we ask you to be on the meeting point of the second floor at 1:45 p.m. We will return at 2:30 p.m. for the second keynote session with Shanna Cobbs about the role of volcanoes in planetary exploration. Thank you. We kindly ask you that you maintain social distance as you depart from the auditorium to return to the same morning session seat after the lunch. Thank you. The afternoon session begins in 5 minutes. Please return to your seats. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. The second keynote session will begin now. On stage, we welcome our session moderator, Miguel Belo, CEO of Air Center, and joining us by video conference, Shannon Cobbs, Associate Professor at Idaho State University.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, first of all, thank you very much for MIT Portugal to invite me to moderate this session. This is particularly interesting for me because, well, most of my previous life, I've been working on planetary missions, on the Venus Express to Venus, Mars Express, ExoMars. I work in the Titan mission, Cassini-Huygens with NASA and ESA, and the Bepi Colombo to Mercury. That's why this session is of particular interest. Well, planetary exploration. In the same way as 500 years ago, Portuguese navigators started pioneering trips to discover new worlds. It is now planetary exploration, looking for new worlds, as Portugal did five centuries ago. It is important for us because we are working towards a sustainable development, but it may be that in a few decades we are not able to do sustainability on the Earth. For that reason, we are obliged for the next generation to be able to live, to put the mankind in other planets. That's why planetary exploration is quite important for us, to understand our planet and to be able to live in the future. Well, for this subject, we have an outstanding keynote speaker today. It's Dr. Shannon Cobbs-Nowotniak. She's Associate Professor of Volcanology at Idaho State University. By the way, volcanology is now very, very actual because we have yesterday this volcano new eruption in La Palma in Canary Island. This is really an actual thing. Maybe we should ask Dr. Shannon Copps about that later on. Well, but we're talking about planetary exploration. Dr. Copps is graduate in geology by the Michigan Technological University with a PhD in geology by the University at Buffalo. She used fieldwork, computational modeling, and laboratory analysis to study the relationships between volcanic processes and their products. She's particularly interested in planetary exploration problems, working with interdisciplinary teams to better understand Mars, the Moon, and the rocky bodies of the solar system. She was deputy PI for the BASALT mission, which include high-fidelity simulation of human exploration on Mars using volcanic terrains in Idaho and Hawaii. She was one of the volcanology co-leads of the FINESS project using Idaho volcanoes as lunar analogs and served as the geology lead for the subsea project using hydrothermal system on the Pacific seafloor as an analog for Enceladus, one of the Saturn moons. She received Outstanding Research Award from ISU and has twice been recognized by NASA Ames Research Center for the team she has helped to lead. Well, today, Dr. Copps' presentation shall present the extraordinary importance of terrestrial analog to optimize the planetary exploration, in particular, the experience of the projects BASALT, Subsea, and FINESSE. Please, Dr. Copps, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I really wish I could be there in person. I've been inspired listening to the talks earlier today in the sessions, and I'm hoping to be able to come at this from a slightly different angle, where fundamental to all of the problems that we're trying to do was really about innovation through transdisciplinary scholarship, working outside of our normal boundaries to be able to do stuff that hasn't happened before. And I'm excited to tell you about this from the perspective of our terrestrial analogs for planetary exploration. It doesn't look like my slides are appearing from my view. Can somebody confirm that those are actually visible in the room? There they are. Excellent. So exploration is this thing that really drives a lot of human imagination globally. And we've done a lot of technological advancements. If we consider, though, the 400-some plus extravehicular activities, that's where we actually put on a spacesuit, we go outside, we're using it as sort of a miniature, craft itself to be able to keep somebody alive. The vast majority of those have actually been driven really by engineering processes. But as we're moving now into the Artemis missions, with the human return to the moon and eyes on Mars beyond, one of the things that's really being driven home in the science community is that we haven't spent a lot of time developing extravehicular activities, or EVA, that are driven by science. We only, out of those 400 plus EVA that we've done, have fewer than 10 that have been driven by science and on another planetary surface. And we have to actually go all the way back to the Apollo missions to be able to really consider that, which puts us in a totally different ballgame now when we consider what we have as opportunities ahead for us. We've got just light years further ahead in our technology, in our understanding of the solar system, and the capabilities of what we can even try to take on. Now, there's a very famous story from one of the Apollo missions where the astronauts are driving around in their lunar buggy and they see a rock on the surface that they think is very important they should collect. But even that mission, that EVA, was so geared around the safety limitations for their exploration that they could not make a request to be able to pick up that rock for scientific purposes. In fact, the two of them carried on a long verbal pantomime that was broadcast through their microphones, in which they pretended to have a problem with a seat belt, which required a safety stop so that way they could pick up the rock. And as soon as they picked it up, put it in, suddenly the seat belt was fixed and then they could continue on. So we're in a new spot, whereas we're going on, we're having a new entire paradigm shift in how we're tackling these problems. And it's exciting when we have a paradigm shift, but we're also talking about space exploration where our margin for error is extraordinarily small, where the costs are high, and it's critically important to be able to dial all of this in as much as possible before we ever go. And so that's my idea of, the floor is lava. This is a childhood imagination game that is very common in the United States. Or as kids, you convince yourself that the floor is lava, you can't touch it, and you have to jump around between pieces of furniture. And at some scale, what we're doing is a really big professional upgrade on that. We're taking these terrestrial analogs, these places on Earth that are reasonable scientific analogs and approximations for these places on the Moon, Mars, and beyond. And we're having to put ourselves into the headspace of pretending. What is it that we're actually going to do? What is our limitations? What can we actually gain from this environment? So that way we're dialing in all of that work before we go. We need to make sure that we've made the right choices, whether it's the technology that we bring, how we design the equipment that we use when we're actually there, or even once we're there, how we select the right rock. We joke on one of our teams that the first rock that we bring back from Mars is going to be the best rock ever. And the second rock that we bring back from a crewed mission might be a paperweight. It might just be extra. We have very limited mass that we can bring back. And so we have to be very, very thoughtful about how we do it by running these simulations. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about three of them in particular, different degrees of fidelity and sort of complexity for what we're trying to handle. So the first of those is FINESSE. And FINESSE is actually an acronym. It stands for Field Investigations to Enable Solar System Science and Exploration. And this one is really specifically about using Idaho for volcanoes. There's also a second site in Canada for impact craters as analog locations to be able to study the moon and other near-Earth objects, with sort of also bonus range for when we wrap that into places like Mars. And so we start in that case really with a useful field area. Now, the eastern Snake River Plain of Idaho, which is where I'm located, is recognized as the type location for plain-style volcanism, which is really characteristic of what we see on the moon and Mars. And so the idea for this is that this particular analog is really being driven by just really the science side. If you could take a whole bunch of scientists and you could drop them into a sandbox, an analog environment that has a lot in common with your actual target location, what will they actually be able to achieve? And so we had scientists from multiple countries. We had many teams. This lasted over the course of about 5 years. That we'd bring them out and basically say, go. And we would work together to integrate across these as we're doing exploration. So it's sort of an example. This one's actually a Mars location, but that is an aerial picture of King's Bowl. It's a very small like baby volcanic field that we have here in the Eastern Snake River Plain. We had molten rock coming up along a linear fracture, pouring out to the sides. We've got extension cracks. We've got pits where it was intersecting water in the ground. And we actually have a lot of analog similarity to Siana Fase on Mars. So we've got similar pits and extension cracks. And so by using the ejecta field from King's Bowl in Idaho, we're able to calculate subsurface water budgets to get us an estimate for the in-ground volatiles that were involved in those explosions in the later stages of that eruption, that can then also help us to be able to calibrate the same sort of curves that we'd use to be able to figure out what sort of water volume could have been involved in the Siana Fase ones on Mars, what sort of ground ice contents and volumes are required to be able to get those sorts of explosion pits based off the ejecta patterns that we can see around them in high resolution orbital imagery. Another one, this is actually hidden in sort of the corner of the previous one, but that's Inferno Chasm. It's a little optimistically named. It sounds like it should be really enormous. It's honestly not, but it is almost a perfect mirror for very, very similar features, these lunar rills that we have on the moon, where we have open questions about how are these even formed? Is it possible that these are collapsed lava tube evidence? And so therefore could be giving us evidence of places where we might follow up to look for subsurface caves where we have the potential to be able to put lunar habitats, because those are going to carry natural shielding for astronauts who are spending time on the moon. Conversely, could this be something where we've got actually thermal erosion going on, where we've got hot material coming out and it's actually eroding the material underneath? Or are these constructional features with an open channel and building up along the sides? And so by being able to attack these problems using things like differential GPS, handheld spectrometers, things that we would actually be able to put, not necessarily in their exact form, commercial off the shelf, but in adapted forms onto lunar rovers or in the hands of future astronaut teams, we can actually start to evaluate their use at solving these problems. First, by trying to study the analog location on Earth, so we think we actually understand the answer to begin with, but then also being able to replicate that and figuring out whether we have those differences. We have sort of a saying within planetary volcanology that part of what's so great about it is that it forces you to test all of the assumptions that you had. You may think that you understand what's going on with your volcanoes and your systems, but when you actually take that conversion, take it from Earth, put it on another planetary body, suddenly you're going to upset all of the assumptions you didn't realize you had. And you have to actually go back sometimes to these first principles. So being able to test it on Earth and then take it to these other places through a combination of means is giving us a way to really better understand these locations before we go, make sure that we're getting the most that we can from our experience that we're there. Now in Finesse, we did this with having a bunch of different geologic teams working in parallel. So we had some that were focused more with Mars forward-looking projects, looking for biological scrapings and residues inside of lava tubes. We had others that were looking at ejective fields. They're more consistent with what we see on the moon and near-Earth objects. We had others that were doing detailed work with these handheld spectrometers, looking for very small differences in hydration in the rocks at sort of the mineral scale, looking for the water actually trapped in the minerals themselves. All of these adding together in a bigger picture based off of the zone. Now, originally, this project was also supposed to have a engineering exploration component. Unfortunately, while it scored really, really high with our reviewers, there was a funding situation, and we ended up doing was creating a sister project called BASALT. BASALT, again an acronym, Biologic Analog Science Associated with Lava Terrains, brought back this idea of really needing to marry not the science and the engineering from the beginning. Because if your scientists really come up with brilliant ideas that are totally unachievable from an exploration framework or unachievable for the next 100 years or whatnot, they've overshot. We've missed some of the mark of what we need to do. We need to be building these steps along the way. Similarly, our engineers need to actually know what the scientists are attempting to do so we can actually grow the two sides together in conjunction with one another. And for this one, we used a combination of field sites in Idaho and Hawaii, where we had three big picture sorts of questions coming from the three dimensions of the team. On the science side, this is Mars Forward, we wanted to know how water-affected alteration of basalt changed microbial inhabitability. So the idea that we could have either extinct or possibly even extant microbial life living inside the rocks using the minerals and elements in there as its nutrient source. And where would we look for that? How do we find that? How does this water-rock interaction from ancient deposits enhance, enable any of those sorts of things, microbial habitability? From an operations perspective, one of our real central questions was how can you actually, or is it even possible to have a science backroom team on Earth in your Mission Control Center positively contribute in real time to that EVA? when we've done our trips to the moon in the past, we've had very short time delays. But when we're talking about going to Mars, depending on the orbital positions, they're anywhere from 44 to 22 light minutes apart. So under the best conditions, that means that if you have an astronaut who asks a question, it would take 4 minutes for that message to get back to Earth. And assuming that you have instantaneous answers sitting there in your mission control, that would still be another 4 minutes back. That's 8 minutes that you don't want to spend standing around as dead time, achieving nothing scientifically, putting your crew at risk. We need them to be doing useful things. We don't want to have people standing around, taking on risk without any sort of potential improvement, some scientific value that's actually added to that. And that's for our lowest case scenario. If we go all the way up to the 22 minutes, now we're talking about very, very long time delays. We also have to recognize that no matter how well we train these astronauts, we can't actually give them all of the knowledge from the scientific teams on Earth. And when we're talking about having crewed missions to Mars, human missions, we're talking about having international efforts that are including the scientific minds from across the entire globe. And so how do we build that pipeline that will actually connect the people on Earth to the actual hands doing the work on that other planet in a way that gives them live-time functional feedback and use? And then from the technology side, what sort of tools do we actually need to be able to do this? What's enabling and enhancing to be able to drive this communication and to be able to achieve it? Now, when we do something like this, there's a limit to how high the fidelity can go. So while we could bring in things like the Mobile Mission Control Center from NASA Kennedy Space Center, we brought that out into the field when we were in Idaho. We couldn't bring that out for Hawaii for shipping purposes, but we were able to set up a conference room there. We can have a mission support room with a team of scientists and engineers who are watching data coming back live. We also set up what we referred to as an IV station or intravehicular station, which is on that other side of time. This is a group that simulated being in Mars with the actual astronauts that are out in the field. So these would be the equivalent of the astronauts who are sitting in the Mars habitat and can work as communication relays between Earth and the people in the field. They've got, because they're not in a suit, way more control of what they can be manipulating, what they can be writing down, what they can be tracking, and they're not in that same degree of life and death situation as somebody who's actually on EVA out and about. And so we would have a paradigm where we had 2 astronauts in the IV station and 2 astronauts out in the field. Now you'll note, we are definitely not wearing spacesuits or even fake spacesuits here. The true ones are extraordinarily heavy. And if we're going to use fake ones, it sort of comes down to like, well, what's the actual value of what we're doing? So in this case, we weren't actually looking at things that would be involved specifically with the spacesuit itself. That was beyond the scope of our work. But you can see on the 2 astronauts who are pictured here, they're wearing chest cameras to be able to provide full live video streams back. They have hot mics to be able to give full audio back and forth. They're in live time communication with the people in the IV station. They're wearing GPS trackers to be able to allow the rest of the group to know where they are in space. And they have displays on their arms they can use for navigation purposes to be able to help them with their orientation to get to their assigned locations, and also for re-navigation if it turns out that they encounter something that they can't cross and need guidance from back in the IV station, who's again serving as that sort of quarterback role, differentiating tasks as they're being brought up from Earth. Now, this meant that between our Earth and our sort of Mars groups, we had this time delay. And what we ran ours were under were either 5 or 15-minute delays. So between those 2 sides, we also looked at 2 different bandwidth conditions, because it also really matters how much have we put up? How much do we need to invest ahead of time to be able to make this work? For instance, is it essential to have video streams coming back live from the surface of Mars in order to enable the scientists on Earth to be able to provide this background support and able to help them? That's an entirely different investment cost than if you're allowed to get by and just sending them a whole bunch of still photos. So we operated under 5 and 15-minute one-way delays, and under bandwidth conditions that were either allowed full video transport back or no video at all, just still photos. And the shocker was that we really came into this with an expectation that we were not even going to be able to really function under 15-minute delay and no video. That just seemed like an impossible task to be able to have the science backroom team on Earth actually have the situational awareness necessary to be able to support this. The irony is that we found that was actually their favorite case. While none of them had actually anticipated it, it actually ended up supporting their workflow better. While people in the IV station benefited greatly from having that video feed back and forth, because they could get situational awareness, embed themselves sort of in the shoes of their teammates who were out on EVA. By the time it would actually make it back to Earth, the video is at some level essentially just distracting. And we found multiple times throughout the course of this that we had challenges where what we thought we needed, things like having this video make it all the way back to Earth, or specific kinds of imagery that would be panoramic, gigapixel, ground scale LiDAR to be able to give us three-dimensional views, in the end really didn't actually give us value added. What we instead found was that if you ask the scientists, what do you need to do this, or what would you like to do this, they mostly just came back with, what's the best you can give me, which for the engineers in the room, you can appreciate how infuriating an answer that is. That the scientist just wants everything you can hand them, but that if you're trying to figure out what the actual limits are, turns out the scientists don't really know either. The scientists are entirely used to working within the scope of what do I have and how do I play within that space. We also, from there, spun into another direction with subsea. This is systematic underwater biogeochemical science and exploration analog. And this one took a much harder challenge in that we were needing to work underwater. That's a picture there, an artist's rendition of Enceladus. That's one of Saturn's moons. And Enceladus is particularly spectacular for it has this icy outer core and a liquid water ocean underneath with geysers in the south pole of the moon that shoot water plumes out. It actually forms one of the rings of Saturn with this water that's come out. And when Cassini spacecraft flew through, it was able to use mass spectroscopy to tell us that it is water, it is salty, and there are silicon nanoparticles in there that are indicative of having a silicate rocky core underneath that ocean with warm water interactions similar to what we get from the rocky seafloor at hotspots in the ocean. So from this, again, we're taking a scientific question, what are these biogeochemical pathways for these diffuse warm seafloor vents? What would we even be looking for? How does the rock chemistry, water chemistry, biochemistry, how is this all relating back and forth to itself? What markers would we look for and what sort of scales does it matter on? But in this case, our operations, you have many more challenges when you're operating a submarine, underwater, an unmanned submarine. You can't just park that, you can't just wait, it's much harder to navigate around. We also took on the challenge of what if you could only speak to it once a day? So while the team on Earth was able to watch everything as it happens live, they actually they were only allowed to communicate about once per day via very long messages. So we of course had to build up to that. We needed to first make sure we shared a common language about what were we asking for, what were we trying to do. In the technology side, there was this big question of the ocean community, oceanographers are doing incredible work with exploration into very unknown spaces here on Earth. What sort of interfaces are there between oceanography exploration tools and planetary exploration tools, and how can they inform one another to be able to actually enable both, rather than operating in our separate spaces? So our first deployment that we had for this one, we wanted to find an isolated submarine volcano with a known history of hydrothermal activity and sort of the temperature range we're going for. And Lawiki, off the coast of Hawaii, really gave us something just exactly in the space we wanted, where it's about 1,000 meters below the ocean surface and has a multi-decade history of warm water filtering out. We conducted this with, again, a mission control that's on Earth. In this case, it was located in Rhode Island, so thousands of miles away, providing live time guidance during the initial setup and learning, and then once per day guidance, but still having to watch live for the submarines as they're operating in the Pacific. Unmanned sub, we actually had 2 of them. This is the Hercules that's being deployed right there. Once it goes down, it can actually maintain 24-hour-a-day operations. We just needed to be able to bring back samples of rocks and water. And we have a partnered sub to it that would actually travel along and actually hold those cables to help it be able to keep up with the ship, not tangle in itself, be able to move quickly and navigate well within that space. And while we were allowed to have live-time communication, our major form of that was often actually through these logs, text back and forth. And this is another thing that we'd also found when we were doing the work with Basalt too, was how important it was to be able to have these regularly recurring chat logs that were time synced, and you could actually relate back to the phase of where you were in the exploration to be able to refer back to. And that most verbal communication was terrible. While that provided greater opportunity to provide vocal nuance to the communication, to make sure that you're building those sorts of team relational things that help you to achieve success without creating an us versus them mentality, they also were so difficult to use that they actually undermined all of those gains, meaning that it was necessary instead to be able to use things like these text boxes, or, and when we were even more limited, just sort of a once a day, very long Word file. So across these different things, we found that we had very common challenges. The first was developing shared languages. And this is of course not even as big as the scale as when we had multinational teams literally having different languages of origin and mother tongues, but also coming down to we use technical terms differently. So even 2 different kinds of geologists back in the Finesse project, we found they actually could use the same technical word to mean different things depending on the discipline that they came from. And that became further compounded as we continue to widen that, because these problems require transdisciplinary efforts. We need to reach across those boundaries, but then we have to become very sensitive to this breakdown of communication and language that happens. With that, we also need to work on our shorthand, because we can't replace these challenges in technical terms by taking forever to say everything. And so working on developing in-group languages that we can use to be able to communicate efficiently and effectively, and then doing regular check-ins about what that really means. We had a surprise at one point when our engineers on the Basalt project commented how surprised they were that the astronauts out on EVA, they felt were never giving interpretive assessments in the field. They were only giving descriptive ones. And the entire science team was just very confused because we understood that the language they'd been using was interpretive. They were specifically choosing adjectives that carried meaning about how something happened, not just simply what was there observed. And so reiterating on this, we also found that it's very easy, frankly, for the mutual support to fail. In our first Basalt deployment, it only took us a couple of days before there started to be a strong divide between the Mars side of the project and the Earth side of the project, where people who were on the Mars side felt essentially unsupported in many ways by the Earth side, and the people on the Earth side felt in many ways very rejected by the Mars side because of how they were trying to work together. And this is something that's also been seen repeatedly in actual space exploration, with breakdowns between the Earth side and those that are actually up in space. Building this in empathy and essentially focusing on that as one of your key targets, because we can't just even take our goodwill. We've been working together for years as a small team. That still wasn't enough to bypass that. One of our other challenges came from offering solutions versus explaining problems. Our teams, like those of you that are in the room today, are solution-centered. We want these solutions solved. We want the problem handled. But we also found was that each subgroup, instead of explaining what their problem truly was, would try to go ahead and jump to the solution. And that meant that they were cutting off the expertise of the other people from the different programs as well. So your scientist might try and start giving a solution without truly consulting the engineers or the software developers that were involved to figure out what's actually doable. And so we found our science team literally cutting themselves off from resources because they got it in their heads that these couldn't be there, or that that wasn't a viable route that they could go. And so having to continuously refocus that on a fully articulating that problem to make sure we're spanning the whole team towards the solutions, even if it seemed like that was inefficient because the one individual thought they already had the answer. We also found that across all of them, there was always that desire, the desire for some other kind of technology, some other way to do something that we, again, needed to be able to drive that out, to be able to get these enabling and enhancing tool sets, first for what we actually have on Earth, then to be able to articulate, well, my dream goal is this. This is what I wish I had. This is what doesn't exist yet. To be able to keep driving that innovation to get to where we actually want to be able to make bigger strides and bigger differences. Specifically within those sort of categories I was talking about before.
Sana, we are less than 5 minutes to end the session. We should go to the question because the audience really want to make questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Sorry, my watch didn't start at the right time when I was starting. So I'll just end with that slide right there for the big picture. It's scratching the surface. We need to do so much more, and we need to be interfacing more with groups like what you guys have been talking about today and building stronger partnerships like what you guys have been talking about today to be able to feed each other.
Well, thank you very much, Sana, for this inspiring keynote. And please, the floor is open for questions. I have a question myself. The main objective, well, one of the main objectives doing planetary exploration is look for water, but look for life, a type of life. There are many scientists that they believe that Titan is the most probability world where life may be there because there is sea, there is rain, there is clouds, other may be Enceladus. For you, what is your favorite celestial body? Where do you think that we may find a type of life in the solar system?
In terms of finding extant life, so current life, I absolutely agree with your assessment. Being able to look at places like Titan and Enceladus because we've got that water, we've got that hydrothermal system that's very active right now. In terms of the steps to get there, I think it's really critical that we do a serious look at Mars. Mars, we have evidence for having had extensive past oceans on, and while we've lost those now, those could be giving us really important information to be able to then continue to look onwards. And from an exploration perspective, they're also a lot easier to be able to land on and navigate on than it is to necessarily get to something where we'd be trying to consider getting underneath ice sheets and things like that.
Thank you very much. Other question? I have another question myself. It is more related to planetary resources. There is a big discussion on the property of planetary resources. I mean, this may be a question more than scientists to lawyers, but there are, there's asteroid mining, there are many controversies. If a human mission goes to a planet, can they own what they found there? What is your thinking? Do you think we should protect the planet environment? There should be no property? And what do you think about this issue of planetary and asteroid resources?
I think that this is a really complex one that's going to require a multinational, collaboration. It's going to require legal guidance and the rest. If you take all that out and you just let me have my opinion, I think it's really important that we're actually protecting these resources. I think it's, right now there's already agreements in place for places like Mars in which we've identified really, really key scientific targets that we've effectively all agreed to not touch because we don't think we're technologically prepared to yet. It's related to the same way that the Apollo missions brought back rocks 50 years ago that were only released to scientists actually about a year or two ago. Some of them still haven't even gotten them due to the pandemic because we recognized back then that we didn't have the tools necessary to do right by them. And so I think that kind of humility and awareness is going to be very critical to being able to be good stewards of exploration and to do it correctly and collaboratively long term.
You mentioned international collaboration, and in fact, that's right. But you look to the past, there is not such a big collaboration. Planetary exploration is a question of the mankind. It's a question of all countries. How can we improve? How can we promote this international collaboration for this type of missions?
I mean, if you go back, I mean, the Apollo missions and the rest, that was really a Cold War version of countries competing with each other for expressing dominance in a way that at least didn't involve shooting each other at the time. But being able to change the whole paradigm for that and be able to take on these big problems, I perhaps naively embrace a Star Trek style future in which we are actually driven by these bigger questions that can generate and push unity, inspiration, and collaboration between the different countries. And I think we have come a long way with increased collaboration between the different space agencies, with shared resources, with International Space Station, with continued work looking forward. There's also been obviously a huge increase in the role of private sector as this is going forward. And I'm curious to see how that continues to evolve and grow as the competing roles of national identities and corporate identities being involved in that. I know that that's something right now that's being encouraged, but there's also a lot of challenges that need to be looked at and considered for the big picture.
Thank you very much. If is there no other question in the audience, I think we can close the session. Thank you very much. It has been really inspiring. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Miguel and Shannon. The next session will focus on the MIT Portugal program's contribution to the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in Portugal. Please remain in your seats while the setup is being prepared. Thank you all for your attention. The conference will proceed in a few moments. Thank you. This year marks the 5th anniversary of MIT Portugal program, and we would like to take this opportunity to highlight and celebrate his legacy, achievements and plans for the future. On stage, we welcome Joana Rafael, Chief Operation Officer and co-founder of Sensei, Miguel Carvalho, CEO and co-founder of What Is, and joining by video conference are Daniela Couto, co-founder of Cell2B and partner at Biogeneration Ventures, joining us from the Netherlands. Simão Soares, CEO of Silico Life Designing Nature, and Michael Lesko, Alliance Manager from the Office of Strategic Alliance and Technology Transfer at MIT. Our moderator for this session is Susana Costa, Industrial Liaison and Researcher Coordinator of the MIT Portugal program.
I don't know. It's working now. Welcome to this session, International Cooperation Cruising the Atlantic and Beyond. This session will be dedicated to entrepreneurship and innovation, and we will highlight some of the startup companies that were launched off out of the MIT Portugal program. We will also discuss some important aspects of being part of such a partnership. As you were informed, we have Joana Rafael, who will be joining us a little shortly, Miguel Carvalho, Daniela Couto, and Simão Soares. They are representatives of startups from the MPP community ecosystem. And we have Michael Lescu also, who will be providing the view of a program that works on building partnerships throughout the Atlantic and beyond. So we will start with a brief presentation from our speakers, and this discussion will follow. But before, I would like to provide some context and a bit of programmatic news, taking advantage of the platform that the annual conference of MEP is, to communicate information to our broad community and key stakeholders. So over the past several months, the MPP has hired new talent to help achieve the new era or the new phase objectives, the phase of MPP 2030. A significant goal is the re-establishment of our industrial affiliates program. As such, I am very excited to let you know that we are reviving our industrial affiliate partnerships program within the couple of months, so please stay tuned to news. Before moving into the future of the program, where we will let you meet some of the catalysts of this future, this bright future, we'd like to look to the past, particularly in this 15th anniversary of our international partnership with MIT. When reflecting on the past 15 years, we can't help but feel immense pride on our entrepreneurs and startups that have emerged from the program. With that notion in mind, our international cooperation Cruising the Atlantic and Beyond session features entrepreneurs who are part of the MPP ecosystem, who will discuss the efforts being made to enhance the technological transfer from the lab bench to the market. So please, I also invite you to read some testimonies from companies within our ecosystems in the poster screens. Thank you so much for your continued attention as I give floor to Joana Rafael, who will kick off the session. Welcome, Joana.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is myself shopping in London just before the pandemic and at 7 p.m. So I was at a grocery store, and actually what you see here is that I counted actually 62 people in this queue, and actually I saw trends on them. So you can see that most of them, they only carry 2 or 3 items in their hands because they are actually shopping for the same day or for the next day for breakfast. And this really shows a trend for, convenience grocery shopping. Actually, you see this is a very long line that probably most of you have experienced in your daily shopping lives. And actually, I'm saying that because my name is Joana Rafael, and I'm a co-founder of a deep tech company based in Lisbon that is basically with a mission to change the way the world shops with autonomous stores. So we basically want to make shopping for everyone around the world that every day is waiting in queues to pay in supermarkets, to have a shopping experience which is more pleasant, more convenient, without friction, and much more efficient. Actually, we also see a trend in today's market. So from the last year and a half with the pandemic, we could see that actually COVID accelerated some change in the retail industry. From the e-commerce to the demand for frictionless and touchless payments in store, to also, a different trend in terms of footfall in the different formats of retail stores. So actually, grocery retailers have seen a shift in demand for their hypermarkets, which went down in terms of footfall in the stores, and they saw in convenience stores the footfall rising and getting up, because everyone was living and working in the center of the city and shopping in a more convenient way, going to the supermarkets that now have been opening in the center of the cities all over Europe and all over the world. Basically, what are autonomous stores that I was telling you? So I'll show you a little video that explains very briefly the experience, but basically it's a store where you are a user identified towards a retailer and not an anonymous customer as you normally do when you enter a store. Let us play the video, please. Can we have sound?
She just needs a few things before heading home.
If it's possible to put it in the beginning.
A wrap, an apple, and some nuts.
So here you will see Mary. She's having a shopping experience in an autonomous store. And you will see how easy it is and how is the shopping behavior in a store like this, which is fully automated and with the checkout fully automated.
Meet Mary. Mary's about to enter an autonomous store powered by Sensei. What's that all about? Let's follow Mary and find out. And in she goes. With a simple scan of a QR code, she can now get rid of her phone. She just needs a few things before heading home. 5 minutes should be enough. A wrap, an apple, and some nuts. Mary just met a friend. Let's give them some privacy. Do you notice how simple it is for shoppers to just pick up what they want and put it directly inside their shopping bags? Oh yeah, no need for baskets or carts. Oh, and there's Mary again. Looks like she's having trouble choosing her cereal. Done. Or maybe not. It's okay. With Sensei, you can change your mind as many times as you want. Your virtual basket is updated while you choose. The real difference is, well, you just saw it. Mary just finished shopping and simply left. No scanning, no lines, no checkout. And here's Mary's receipt. Did we say 5 minutes? Let's see, under a minute. Well, Mary, that must be some kind of a record. Sensei, changing the way the world shops.
So here you just saw how simple it was. You just scan in your phone, where you have a registered credit card. You shop as you normally do. You don't have to change your behavior or scan any products. And then when you are ready to go, you just leave the store and you'll get the receipt automatically in your cell phone. But actually, how does the...
Meet Mary.
Oops, let's go. Okay. Can we play this video, please? So here, what is the technology behind this? So Sensei is a company that has developed a proprietary computer vision technology based in computer vision algorithms where we deploy a network of ceiling cameras and sensors in the shelf. And basically, we detect everything that you as a user take out of the shelf and everything that you put back on the shelf, which gets back to the store inventory. Everything that you pick up will basically create your virtual shopping basket to a point where when you leave the store, you will get already your receipt pre-made and you'll get charged automatically. This is simple to say, but it's actually quite complex to build. And actually, we are very proud that very recently, in May 2021, 3 months ago, we opened with our team and with our retail partner, Continent, the first autonomous store in Europe, which is open to the public with a European retailer in the center of Lisbon. It's actually very close to Técnico, so you can visit and go grocery shopping there. More than 10,000 people have done so, and we are quite happy that this has been our first deployment. that we have been able to do it first than other players in this industry. And actually, we are looking forward to, open many more stores and actually make things more efficient for shoppers and also for retailers who can have their operations very, very streamlined with this kind of technology. So basically, this opening of the store got us a few prizes and recognitions in the news. And also would like to bring here the founding team and the management team. So basically, two of us were a part of this program, MIT Portugal program. One of our founders, Paulo, is also a professor of software engineering and databases at Técnico University. Nuno Moutinho is also a PhD in computer vision, also from Técnico, from ISR. So we are all very connected with, not only with this program, but with Técnico as well, and this is really a company where we met in academia and really started then to operate in this retail industry, bringing a cutting-edge technology to a traditional industry. So the company had the luck to be supported with different VC funds, with different investors and partners, both Techstars from the US, our early investors, Son IIM, LeadX Capital from Germany, from a retail group, CI Ventures. So we've been quite fortunate to have these venture capitalists also believing our project and supporting us to our mission. Thank you so much, and please go visit our store and let me know how was the experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanna. I think I will take your invitation once I'm there. I think it must be really interesting. The discussion will begin after all the speakers have presented. So please, Miguel, you now have the floor.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Susana. So my name is Miguel Carvalho, and I kindly appreciate the invitation to come back to this home that I know a little bit of. So What Intelligent Solutions was founded by 4 co-founders that cross roads within the MIT Portugal program, namely Carlos, a faculty at IST as mechanical engineer, and Rapina, a postdoc researcher also at IST with a physics background, Henrique, an environmental engineer that did his PhDs in the program also, and I was currently at the time working within the coordination office of the program. So these 4 different profiles crossed, and the idea came to form What Is. So, and what is? What Intelligent Solutions is a data analytics company that focuses on applying data analytic methods in top of smart metering data, energy consumption, smart metering data, with the aims of providing the final client with tailored advice that helps him reduce energy consumption, save on his energy bill, but in parallel also provides benefits to our partners that provide these data analytics services to their clients, making it a double win approach. We started from the assumption that with the installation of smart meters worldwide, we're going in different speeds throughout depending on the countries. You have countries that are currently on the 3rd generation of smart meters, while Portugal is still on the first phase of deployment. But so we see countries with different speeds of installation, but with this kind of data. So we are in Portugal, for instance, the energy retailers or the energy distribution companies are starting to gather energy consumption data that is as granular as 15 minutes. So they know in every 15 minutes what was the consumption, for instance, of a specific household. And from that data that was starting to appear, what we've tried and what we have as assumption is that this data is key for the utilities and the retailers to understand the energy client. And we try to address exactly that. So we've started to develop different data analytics modules that first from the aggregated energy consumption data that is received or that is collected from the retailer, we are able to, without, so only with an algorithmic approach, to understand where the energy is being spent. Is it being spent on a fridge? Is it being spent on the HVACs or in heating and cooling? Is it being used on dishwashers or washing machines? So being able to provide a first layer of information to the client, that is, where is he spending the energy on? But on top of that, what we also do is provide additional layers that target very, sorry for the redundancy, target very targeted measures, like you have a very inefficient fridge compared to more efficient ones. So you should consider a substitution. You will expend X amount of euros, but you will have a payback in 3 to 4 years. Or for instance, you can really lower your contracted power value or levels so that you can save 60 euros per year. And what embodies this is the idea is that we are trying to create what we call a virtual energy manager, where we have indeed an energy manager that provides targeted recommendations based on data analytics on top of smart metering data that is fully automated and can be made available to the final energy clients. What the beauty of this is that as it is totally automated, it's highly scalable, and so this is something that can be scaled throughout the utilities client base and to address all their clients without the need of human interaction in terms of or manual interaction to provide this kind of services. And in the end, so we can do this, we can provide this kind of service not only through providing the user engagement platform, so basically providing the utility so that they can provide their clients a platform in which their clients access and to receive this kind of information, but we also can provide just a data analytics layer in terms of basically integrating via APIs in which we receive the data, process the data, and provide output to them, to the utility. The presentation is not too long, but what we wanted to say is that throughout this journey, obviously, the MIT Portugal was important within the forming of the different profiles that founded the company, and so obviously we are very appreciative of that. And what we really want to do is to become an enabler in this energy transition process, helping clients and utilities to gain benefits by reducing energy consumption and also reducing carbon emission. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Miguel. Now please welcome Daniela Couto. Who's joining us remotely.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
So my name is Daniela Couto. I'm a partner with Biogeneration Ventures. We said BGV short. Prior to that, and as highlighted, maybe a little bit about myself, and then I'll share with you what is biogeneration all about. I did my studies in biomedical engineering at the University of Minho, and then I moved on to do the bioengineering with the MIT Portugal program, PhD studies. And then during my studies, actually with 3 other co-founders, we started a new venture called Cell2B, a cell-based therapy company with a lead indication graft versus host disease, and dedicated to also other autoimmune indications. And this was started working on it back in 2010, but we were still all PhD candidates in different points. And we incorporated the company in 2012. And then in 2015, we decided that the company would not move forward, and we all split it into different parts of the world, but also doing different things. And I ended up working on the other side in the venture capital. So why don't I tell you a little bit more about our firm, and we can also discuss a little bit more about venture capital if anyone is up to it. So Bi-Generation Ventures, perhaps you can see the slides now. Oh, yeah. Oh, but could I make it bigger? Well, I'll proceed with this format. Hopefully you can see it as well. Sorry guys, I know what the problem is. I have dual screen, so you're seeing one screen, not the full screen, the presenter screen. I can't fix that. Okay, there we go. So Bi-Generation Ventures, tell a little bit more about the fund. So the fund I started 15 years ago, roughly, based in the Netherlands, and it's in partnership with another larger stage venture capital firm, Forbion Capital Partners. We invest across Europe and also beyond. We have investments also in the US, but the geographical focus is really European. We're investing out of our fourth fund, which is a 140 million euro fund. And this is really meant to do, as you all know, in life sciences and pharmaceutical industries, the capital needs are quite significant. So we start at very early stages, usually between 1 to 5 million, and we keep 20 million per company to invest in alongside the development of the company, up to those 20 million. So these are quite capital intensive companies, as you all know. We select the best science around the world, and we create the startups and help shape the management and growing the teams. We also always try to co-invest with other top-tier venture capital, so VCs around the world, not only European, but also US-based and beyond. And we try to support the companies throughout their development till an exit point. Successful investments that we have made, Staten Pharma, Argenx, Decima Pharma, Certa Pharma, maybe just to mention one of them. Certa Pharma has now Calquence on the market with 3 products that approved to treat patients with different types of cancers. This was an investment we have started ourselves in 2012. It was a $7 billion acquisition with $4 billion guaranteed. So it was the biggest European VC investment and exit so far. In our investment bases, we have BMS, Novo Holdings, so Lilly, so the corporate side of pharma, but also the traditional investment bases such as pension funds and the European Investment Fund. This is our team. As you can see, we are not only have a small core investment team of 5, now actually 6 elements. We just had one addition this week, but we also have venture partners that work very closely with us, supporting the investments we do in these companies, and senior advisors that provide the various insights in some verticals like medicinal chemists, oncology, antibody development, and so on and so forth. To finalize, I'll just tell a little bit more about our investment model. We have a Portuguese investment out of IMM, and this is what we call a create company, for instance, in which we discussed with the TTO, so the Technology Transfer Office at IMM,
And we identified that 2 back-to-back papers in Nature were published, identifying a new target in oncology that we found fantastic. So we started the investment without any business plan or project plan, really with a target in mind based on 2 papers that were published. And one was from IMM and the other one from Sydney. So this is quite a world venture, with Australia also playing a very big part in it. But it's just to provide an example that we start these companies at very early stage. We call them create companies. And to be completely honest with you guys, this is where I have the most fun, because this is going back to the startup times, right? In which you're so involved with these management teams. Of course, you don't have operational role yourself, but it's still pretty much rolling up the sleeves and help doing a lot of the operational work. It's super exciting. And we do what we call the shape part, in which the companies or the companies that come to us are already more developed. They have preclinical proof of concept, for instance, proof of principle in vivo, and we invest to expand the team to further build the plan, to syndicate the investment, but they come to us in a later stage of development, so usually at the Series A. And then we support them throughout. So it's really over this life cycle that we can invest up to 20 million per company with a current fund. So this is what I had to present about the fund itself. Looking forward for our discussion in a few minutes.
Thank you so much, Daniela, for your comprehensive view of your work. Now, Simão Soares, would you like to carry on?
Yes, thank you very much for the kind invitation to be here. So I will give a short presentation about Silico Life and how we are connected to the MIT Portugal program. I'll just share my screen. You should be seeing it now. Yeah. Well, at Silico Life, so we are a company combining AI and biology to find new sustainable ways to produce molecules of interest. Basically, we are working on this trend that is consumers and markets are moving away from artificial ingredients and products into natural ones. If I would be physically with you, I would be asking who likes vanilla, and most of you for sure would be raising your hands. And what most people don't know is that the vanilla flavor, it's made by a compound named vanillin, and the vanillin market is sustained by a petrochemical process in more than 99% of that market volume. And what we saw in the past years was a trend of moving away from the artificial ingredients into the actual natural plants, the vanilla pods. And we saw that the price of vanilla went up and was at a certain time the same as silver. And this disruption also caused an important change in Madagascar, where more than 80% of the vanilla production is concentrated. There, the situation really changed with social disruption, farmers being forced to produce vanilla pods instead of other cultures, more or less as what happened in Colombia in the 80s and 90s, but here the drug was vanilla. So something that started with a good, sustainable issue, so consumers decide to move to a more environment-friendly option, caused a social disruption that show us that this option was not sustainable at all. And this is a good example of something that biotechnology and fermentation can be used to solve these kinds of problems. So if we look to the same way that we look to beer, where we use a yeast that converts sugar into alcohol, we can design different yeast and bacteria to produce the molecules that we need and have them in a natural and biological way at the same time in a way that is scalable. And what we do at Silico Life is basically we design the yeast and bacteria that we need to have inside these large fermenters. The company started in 2010. We combined knowledge around AI and different computational methods with biology. So we design optimized strains for different products, from flavors to chemical building blocks, bioplastics, etc. And we also do the implementation in our labs. We started in 2010, and then we bootstrapped the company by providing services mainly to large chemical companies that are entering the biotech space. And we have been working across industries, from agriculture companies to material ones to synthetic biology companies, and we do all of our development from Portugal. Our clients are around the world, especially in the US, but also in other locations in Europe and also in Japan. But all the science and the development is done here in Portugal. And the connection to the MIT Portugal program is basically, so we founded the company with two faculties from the MIT Portugal program in bioengineering. And we have also three founders that did their PhD as part of this program. And this combination between computer science and biology was something that at that time was also part of the spirit of the MIT Portugal program in bioengineering. So for sure, we benefit from the investment that the Portuguese government decided to do in this program, and this allowed us to create a new generation of companies that can develop here good products based on science and innovation, developed locally, but with a global market. In this more than 10 years, we developed our technology stack around AI and systems biology, and we have been applying this to real industrial problems, but I will not bother with all the scientific and technical details. But the good analogy for what we do is like when you are in a new city. If you are in LA, you are there for the first time, you need to have a map to know the best sightseeing attractions or the best restaurant to go. So we create models that represent what is happening inside the cell from a metabolic perspective. And then we use these highly accurate models combined with an artificial intelligence framework to define how can we change the cell metabolism in order to have that tiny factory using the raw material that is consuming to produce the products that we want and minimizing the formation of other things that we don't want. And as we are combining not just, let's say, computational perspective, but also the biological knowledge, what we are providing to our clients and partners is not just the output of the algorithm, but why this makes sense. So what is the biological mechanism that we are trying to design here? For instance, if we decide to delete two genes, we need to explain how the metabolism is being rearranged. So for instance, before the cell was recycling a cofactor using a pathway that is now blocked, and now our pathway of interest will be used for that purpose and increasing the yield of the compound that we want. And as we work with, let's say, non-obvious ideas, these ideas, they can be protected, and we can at the same time generate IP from a very early phase of the R&D process. Another part that we work a lot is like for natural products, like I told you before, the vanillin or vanilla example. We have lots of compounds in plant extracts that are very popular, but we don't really know in some cases how they are being produced by those plants. We have technology that allows us to explore enzyme promiscuity and in what we call retrosynthetic way, look for possible pathways that we can then implement in our labs and see if they work. And here we are talking in some cases of finding new biotransformations that were not yet reported. So we are really expanding nature, and at the same time, we are really building your important IP portfolio. And also, for instance, when we have a case where there is a already known way to produce a particular chemical with lots of IP around that, we can use this same technology to find new alternatives. A good example is what we did for butanol, where we have a very well-known pathway starting acetyl-CoA, and we designed a new one using a different precursor and using a new combination of reactions that we then were able to validate in the lab and to also to protect and have a patent on that. And what we are doing now is also using the same kind of technology to more high-value chemicals, some selected by us and others selected by clients. And to tell you that what we are doing here from Portugal is together with different clients, from small companies in California to large companies around the world, from the petrochemical space, from cosmetics, so very different fields. But in all these different projects, usually there is an organism to be optimized or a new pathway that we need to design to produce a particular compound. Besides that, we have been involved in some collaborative projects, basically to develop new technology and take some risks, and also to have things that we can disclose in more detail. With most of our clients, sometimes we cannot really say that we are working with them, and it's difficult to show the impact of our work. One of the projects that we are leading is this European initiative where we are combining biology, the strain engineering advances benefiting from the new techniques on genome editing, with computational design to find new ways to produce chemicals of interest, and also rapid prototyping and taking advantage of semi-automated labs that can be used to test our ideas in a high throughput way. And here we are looking for 100 compounds derived from the shipmate pathway with very different applications. And we are leading this strong consortium from top research institutes with SMEs around Europe, and also a large industrial partner that in this case is DSM. And the last example of how we are combining computational methods with biology is this project that we are doing together with 2 Portuguese universities. And basically we are using deep learning to create new to nature molecules. Using, for instance, the example of sweeteners, everybody's trying to find the next sweetener in nature. We believe that we can train deep learning models with large sets of molecules with a specific feature, and came up with new chemical structures that can also have that feature. And here we are really expanding in nature, not just by generating new biotransformations, but also really generating new molecules that at the same time, they are not artificial, because they can also be produced by a completely biosynthetic route in a natural way. And what we have been able to do in this past 11 years was to establish this strong pipeline for co-development projects, always starting with a strong rational design vector, then validating in our lab our ideas, or having our clients doing that internally and exploring IP together. And as I told you, we are doing this from Portugal to the world. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to then take your questions.
Thank you so much, Simão. Last but not least, I will ask Michael Lescue to tell us a little bit more about OSAT.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be speaking with all of you. My name is Michael Lescue. I work in MIT's Office of Strategic Alliances and Technology Transfer. It's one of MIT's central offices dealing with our engagements with industry. I know you've been hearing a lot today about the MIT Portugal program's relationship with industry and hearing from the industrial connections. And so to build on that, I just want to spend a couple minutes talking through some of the things that our central office does and our perspective on that. So I won't bore you with all the numbers. To summarize, MIT has a deep connection with the industrial and the corporate world. We work with companies of all sizes in various ways, and we continue to learn from our collaborations with industry. So what are the keys to a successful engagement? I think the most important pieces are that we recognize that academia and industry share many values in common, but we are different. And so we find our connections through mutual respect. We listen to one another, and we seek out areas of research or opportunities where there is mutual enthusiasm around the key focus of a particular project or idea. And with that shared understanding, and with clear shared expectations, the things that make us different can become complementary rather than obstacles. So to tell you a little bit about OSAT, this is intended to be a way for us to engage with industry in a faculty-centric process from the business development phase through the catalysis or the identification of a concrete opportunity, the negotiation or contracts, the various pieces that go into that part, the performance of the research or the project, the engagement, and viewing alliance management, communication as being really part and parcel to making those engagements with industry work. We recognize that clear communication and a smooth process are really essential to working with industry. And our goal, of course, is that this be iterative. We don't want to do one project with a company and then never hear from them again. Our goal is that our faculty will continue to work with industry over a period of years, hopefully decades, and that can grow and evolve as the company evolves, and then also as the research landscape changes and evolves. And so with that, I will conclude my very brief slide deck, although as we discuss, I would be happy to talk more about this. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Michael. So with this background in mind, I would like to start the discussion with a question that I think may be lingering in the heads of some of our audience members. So how can an idea be transformed into a viable product or service? Would you like to start, Miguel?
Well, I can try, at least letting you know a little bit from our story. So, regarding what happened was that we looked at the market and saw a market gap that was basically the lack of relationship between the energy client and utilities, because the satisfaction levels that typically energy clients have with their utilities is very low compared to other sectors like telcos and others. And we tried to find ways that the existence of additional data that could better help to understand the client and provide additional services to the clients would help to tackle that. In that case, we looked at the market gap that we felt was a market gap, and we tried to see if there was an R&D component that could be developed internally that would help to address that gap, to help to improve the level of services that the utilities provide to their clients, and ultimately, obviously, have a positive impact in terms of increasing energy efficiency for the energy clients and also helping them reducing the energy bill, and in a symbiotic way, having the client recognize value added in having that utility as his provider, and so strengthening that link. And so this, in our case, this was where it triggered for the development of what is, that was the recognition of a market failure, or yes, and the R&D capability to address it through data analytics on top of smart metering data. So this is how we more or less funneled towards the development of what is, in our case.
Joanna, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, of course. So I think product market fit is very important. For example, for us at Sensei, in the early stage, two of our first investors were corporate VC funds from big retail corporations, Metro AG in Germany and Sona IAM in Portugal, who ended up to be one of our first customers. That's quite important because you have kind of a competitive advantage towards your competitors, because you have early access to the problems the retailer have, to the stores, etc. That's quite useful. And I think also to build up a great team. We were 4 in the beginning, co-founders. Now we scaled up the team. We are about 40 people. And I think this early early founding team that you get, it's like instrumental to have success, because it will really depend on the motivation of the excellence, technical excellence of the team.
Great. Simon, would you like to carry on?
Yes, this is always a process. I think you will be always improving your strategy. And I would like to connect this question to some MIT Portugal initiatives. So we started more in 2010, where, let's say, when the program was already running. Besides having access to talent people, we also had the opportunity to be involved in some programs. And one was the iTeams. In the iTeams, I'm not sure if it is still running, but it was a very interesting idea of putting PhD students working on business ideas. I think in one of the iTeams edition, Silicon Life, I think probably with a different name in the project, was used as a case study. So what would be the model that we should pursue? And even that we also have our own ideas, that information was very useful. And then other, let's say, other opportunities that we identified, I remember that we also proposed it as projects that could be tested in that environment. And this is also very interesting for the students, because while they are still studying, they have access to companies that have different priorities, and they start to realize that there is a difference between academia and companies, but still that companies can greatly benefit from great science and great inventions. And that would be my main message here about the contribution of the MIT Portugal program for companies that are also designing their strategy at the same time.
Thank you so much, Simon, for your perspective. Daniela, do you want to add anything?
Well, in the pharma biotech space, we look at it a little bit different. We look more from a medical med need perspective. So if there is a new or a disease that doesn't have anything that is currently effective, or there is room to be significantly improved over a therapy, then that's how we look at it. And ultimately, it makes sense in terms of reimbursement and the commercial aspect, but that comes after, right? After that, the medical need is met, and you bring something that can improve the lives of patients. I think that's the first metric when you look at a product. And then, of course, the commercial aspects also need to make sense, but it comes as a, let's say, a second-tier approach. Yeah. I completely relate with iTeams, Simon. That's a great topic. I've done iTeams in Lisbon at Nova, and then I did iTeams at MIT, and I can share that the ones we have done in Portugal were even better. So, but it's a great experience, and I remember in the most various areas, from robotics to, I don't know if it, again, as Simon said, is still running, but I think that's a great exercise to put people in the mood of thinking about the market need, indeed, that needs to take place when you think of a product.
Duly noted, Daniela. Thank you so much. And Michael, from the perspective of OSAT, are there good ideas? Are there bad ideas? What's appealing to future or eventual collaborators?
Well, from OSAT's perspective, I have a luxury, and that's that I can rely on our faculty to identify ideas for us as already being of interest to them and already being, in their opinion, good ideas. That relieves me of a lot of the responsibility, which is probably a very good thing for MIT if we're going to be honest about that. It's great that our faculty are able to identify good ideas and then drive them through. When they do introduce OSAT into the process, a lot of what we're doing is trying to find, really suss out the details of the collaboration or of a project, and figuring out up front, what are we building on previously? Are there I don't know, data sets? Is there previous intellectual property that we're looking to leverage? It gets us into the weeds, but we find that it helps when we're talking with industry to identify what's going to come up, what's going to be necessary for us to work together successfully, and then chase down what those details are. That enables our faculty to focus on the research, to focus on the collaboration, to focus on making the engagement a successful one. So it's that partnership working hand in hand that really drives success for us. Although again, I have to say that whatever part I play is much less than the role that our researchers do.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. I don't know if the audience has anyone who wants to make a question. Yes, of course. Here in the front.
Hello, so I'm Alexandra Motinho from Técnico. I would like to ask a question to Joana. So first of all, congratulations. I've been to the store. It works very nice. As a researcher, obviously, I try to look, to test the system, to take things out of the place and see what the invoice would be at the end. So it proved right. But I would like to ask two things. Because you say this will be a standard in 5 years, and you presented a video that, well, I think it's what you would like the system to be, but at least when I experienced it wasn't quite like that fast. So when do you see that what you presented in that video will really be the reality in terms of how fast the system will work and produce the results? And second, how do we saw the girl, I don't remember the name, to put an apple in the bag. So how does your system work with identifying the weight, for instance, of this? Because I know it's all computer vision, but I think weight things will be a little more complicated than what you have for other types of products. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope your receipt was correct in the end of the visit. We are computer vision first, but actually the store has sensors on the shelves as well. So like we also use sensor fusion, and it makes part of the voting and the decision of what is the right basket in the end. So actually in Continent Labs, you already can buy fruits, but not buy a piece. But that's a novelty that actually is going to be deployed very soon. We are already testing it. Because it is a bit more challenging, because you actually are charging people exactly by the weight of what they are taking, so it's just a matter of precision of our weight scales. And the other thing you were asking, it was about the time to receipt, like the real time. So actually right now, while you are shopping, everything is being processed in real time. So actually we use computing on the edge. So actually the basement of the store has quite some servers where all the videos and data are processed real time. But actually the decision process, the voting process of the algorithms, it takes some time. So when you leave the store, you always wait maybe 2-3 minutes until you get the final basket. That's not only due to the computer vision like decision system, but also for like the network, also the payment system of the retailer. It's actually something that we want to improve together, because at this time you enter with the app of Continents, so we send the data to Continents, to the cloud, to their app. Then the payment system always takes 1 minute, 1 minute and a half still. So this actually, even if we are faster, we are not as fast as, we cannot get as fast as the systems, like the traditional systems actually of the payments to get done. But this is actually something we want to achieve, that you have a real time and also a hybrid store experience. So the next store will be hybrid, so you could enter and pay in the end at a terminal, or enter with the app, so you could go both ways. And for that to be possible, it's another technical challenge for the real-time basket to be there when you arrive at the door. But we are working on that. Thanks so much for your question.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we have the time for one little last question here in the front.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, my question was to Joana too, but I think it can be easily extended to the other speakers. Well, I was very curious about the hypermarket and convenience store you just addressed, and the consumer trend to go back to the grocery store. I wonder, and I would like to hear your opinion on this. This could look a bit challenging, but it's not because I don't believe in your technology. It's precisely because I think it's unchallenging that we can grow further, okay? But
As your customer, would you recommend me to keep the human within the process, or would you exclude it in total? Because one of the trends of the consumer of going back to the grocery store could be related also with the fact that you have a human experience. And I would like to hear all your thoughts on this. Thank you.
I don't know if we will have the time for all thoughts, but I'm so sorry. Joanna, you can
Should I
answer.
address? Yes. Okay, so sometimes we say that we are rehumanizing retail because if you think today when you go to a hypermarket, there's only people at the transactional part, so at the cashier to scan your items and charge your bill. Right now in this store, for example, when you enter, we have people greeting you, explaining you how the experience works. They can explain you about new products in the store. Actually, this store already has, you know, the, how do you say it, the minhocas?
Worms?
Worms, yeah, worms products. So they are actually using the store to bring new things and to launch new products where we have the staff explaining to the customers and trying to do cross-sells. So that is one way. So it doesn't mean that if it's autonomous that there is no people in the store. You don't need a function, so the cashier function, you don't need it because it's actually replaced by a system. But I think the store experience gets better, gets more experiential. So you don't lose time to pay in line, but you get, you know, the human interaction in other parts of your shopping experience.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you all so much. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us, discussing these questions and sharing your valuable experiences with us and insights. I'm really sorry we won't be able to prolong this conversation any further, but as I've said earlier, this is just the start of a new phase. We're hoping to keep in touch for several times in the future. Thank you all so much. Thank you for being here present today to assist to this session. I hope you have all enjoyed.
Thank you.
I wish to remind you that if you would like to, you can further discuss these issues on our Porto of Honra, okay? So take the opportunity to put all the questions that you'd like to ask.
Thank you, Susanna, and thank you to our speakers. Please remain in your seats as we proceed to the final session of the day. Meet the catalyst for science and technology. As we transition from the past to the future of the program, we are pleased to welcome the first MIT Portugal PhD students selected under this current phase of the program. The students will share their research as it's applied to the MIT Portugal areas and their ideas around the construction of tomorrow living spaces. On stage, we welcome Ana Pais from the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Porto, José Caetano from Nova School of Science and Technology, Nazanin Fereidani from University of Coimbra, William Mello from University of Minho, and Rita Pombo from University of Aveiro. Our moderator is Ana Mena, Innovation and Education Coordinator of the MIT Portugal program.
Hello, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here today to moderate this session with recently selected MIT Portugal PhD candidates and to hear on their views and ideas for the construction of tomorrow's living spaces. I start by thanking all of you because we are almost finishing the conference, and I thank you for staying here, and for those of you who are attending us online also for participating in this conference. I think we all here agree that people are the key elements in science and technology. Their minds, their genius, and their creativity are the driving forces for pushing the boundaries of knowledge and for promoting science and technology progress. For that reason, the MIT Portugal program has a long tradition in supporting the training of PhD candidates. I think you already heard that the education program of the MIT Portugal program has been restructured. And currently, together with FCT, we are opening a call for PhD grants every year to support candidates that are interested in pursuing research in one of the strategic areas of the MIT Portugal program: climate science and climate change, digital transformation in manufacturing, Earth systems from oceans to near space, and sustainable cities. And all these are aligned with another key scientific area of data science. So the first call for PhD grants under the current phase of the MIT Portugal program happened last year in 2020. And today we have here with us some of the students that were selected in this call. So I would like to welcome all the students. And because we are a family and we want to meet all our members, I would like to invite the MIT Portugal students that were selected in 2020 just to stand up so that we can see your faces, well, under the masks. And I would like to ask the audience to join me in wishing them the best of luck in their research. Thank you so much. You may sit. So if you haven't seen it yet, there are some posters on their research projects and their work plans that are displayed here in the conference, but they can also be seen online, okay? So today with us, we have 5 representatives of this cohort of students. They are Ana Pais, José Caetano, Nazanin Fereidani, Rita Pombo, and William Weber de Mello. We will first hear a brief presentation of their work plans, and then we will open the floor for discussion. Anna, do you want to start? So Ana Pais is, you can go for the...
Can I get the...
Oh, sure, please, go ahead. I will just introduce you while you are preparing yourself. So Ana Pais is a mechanical engineer who is starting a project in the digital transformation in manufacturing scientific domain. She wants to develop a machine learning integrated framework to design foams that can be used in biomedical prostheses. Sorry.
So the title of my project is Bio-Inspired Gyroid Foams by Machine Learning Optimization and Meshless Methods. So what does this mean? By bio-inspired, we mean that we take the way that bone regenerates itself, and we want to develop structures which mimic the bone behavior. And to use that, we're going to study the gyroid structure. And this was developed by Alan Schoen in 1970 while working at NASA. And it's been shown great interest by research in these years. So we want to develop prosthetic bone, and here are some examples of how we can incorporate the gyroid into bone models. And in order to achieve that, these are some tools that that will be necessary. So first we will use first we will characterize the gyroid using machine learning, using having studied the gyroid properties, we will run the bone remodeling analysis using meshless methods. And with the results of that, we will use visual tools that are necessary in order to have models that we can prototype. And since the gyroid structure is quite complex, as you could see, we need additive manufacturing in order to be able to build prototypes. But also, the potentiality of the algorithm goes beyond bone, and the way that bone works can develop structure configurations that can be useful in other areas. So we have an example of how we can take structural parts, for example, have an engine bracket, and we can apply the algorithm to develop a density gradient in order to remove weight to the part. So, and why does this matter? And also, why does this matter in the context of building tomorrow's living spaces? So, when we have lighter structures, we can save in the whole process. So we can have lighter, the lighter parts are more efficient. So we can have cleaner transportation, savings in the whole supply chain because we are using less material. And also, back to the initial goal of biomedical prostheses, the algorithm permits to have prostheses that are more customized to the patient. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anna. Now, José, do you want to start your presentation? José's PhD's project is in the field of data science. His background is in chemistry, and he aims at developing a computational model that will allow reducing the environmental impact of industries using epoxidation of small alcohols and alkenes.
Well, thank you, Anna, for your kind introduction, and also thank you for the MIT Portugal for the opportunity to showcase my project here with all of you. Well, as you said, this project is a computer machine learning-based model on inverse catalytic optimization of sustainable epoxy manufacturing. Well, I'm a computational chemist, and back on our research group, we currently deal with the epoxidation process, or the catalytic epoxidation of olefins. This is extremely important because there are the epoxides, like ethylene oxide, is one of the building blocks of several valuable industries, such as pesticides, flavorings, plastics, and other pharmaceutical drugs. And its importance is so important that it amassed around $20 billion arrests in these cases. And despite all of this, it is still a very pollutant industry. Although chemists have already emboldened ourselves with optimized chemical reaction parameters, optimization towards environmental issues still need to be addressed. And so it's pivotal to find new alternatives to the economic sustainability of this process. So our goal here as chemists is to try to understand this epoxidation model, try to improve it, otherwise try to better yield it in better conditions. So what we are trying to design is a model that can learn from the reactions that we have so far, but also cross-link every data that we have available with all major catalysts and substrates, and then yield a better outcome for this policy. How we can do this? Well, with two project main goals. First, we're going to use data science with computational chemistry. We're going to embolden machine learning models from data all around the literature and also with industrial affiliates to predicting new catalysts with 100% speed and accuracy towards epoxidation. Also, our second goal is to have large data sets of catalytic activity that can allow us to design new inverse design model strategies, so to design specific catalysts for our desired problem to outcome on this epoxidation reaction. Basically, we are going to develop an in-house machine learning model. We're going to have all the raw data we can harbor from epoxidation and translate it to chemical descriptors, which in turn will learn and feed new data to our machine learning model, and hence with outcome and prediction of, for example, new structures for our catalysts. So why this is a very important project within the MIT Portugal goals? Basically, our importance is threefold. First, data science for economic revalorization. You're going to use readily available data, and we're going to give them value. We're going to give them, bring back something back to the industry, but also creating new digital transition framework that is going to amass only the data that we have already from our sponsors, but also giving the academia back to the industrial place. And also, sustainable solutions for academia, so we can have new predictions on these catalysts, and also to have computational chemists broadening us with industry, and also to maximize the collaboration with our industrial affiliates. Well, thank you for your time. I'd also like to thank my co-supervisors on this work, and also the MIT family. Thank you.
Thank you, José. We now move on to Nazanin Feridani. Nazanin is an architect, and their project is in the sustainable cities domain. She aims at identifying adaptation and mitigation strategies that can be implemented in Middle East cities for reduction of energy consumption and CO2 emissions for future climate scenarios.
Okay. Hello and good afternoon. The topic of my work is development of a decision-making tool for renovation of buildings in coastal part of Middle East under future climate scenarios. Let us start with the problem of my work, which is climate change, the hot topic of the recent years, which is intensified by continuous growth in greenhouse gas emissions, and it continues to further warming, and some extreme weather events such as heat waves, those heat waves that are responsible for thousands of deaths every year. And this toll is expected to rise as this trend will get severer and longer. Many studies have been done so far and concluded that the growth in those emissions mainly stem from generation of electricity, industry, transportation, and above all from the building sector. So the building sector has a significant impact on the climate change, and in turn, climate change affects urban and suburban area, but this impact varies depending on the climate region. So many studies also have been done in Middle Eastern countries, and they are stating that by approximately the year 2060, the overall building demand will increase significantly in most of these countries. And the condition is even worse when we look at the coastal part of Middle East. Those cities that are located in lower elevation, resulting in higher temperature, higher humidity, and so they are more vulnerable to this impact. Briefly, in Middle East, where the climate is harsh, where the thermal performance of building is really poor, and where the national economy is mainly based on the fossil fuel resources, which is highly subsidized due to low tax policy of these countries. Even under the current condition, the overall building demand is much higher even than most of the other part of the world. And as studies telling us, this condition, due to the impact of climate change, will exacerbate. So the main question of my work is how to improve the building performance in coastal part of Middle East, considering the impact of climate change. So there is a hypothesis here. There is a set of strategies, constructional solution, new clean technologies that are able to reduce the building dependence of fossil fuel of building in this region. And the main objective of my work is that how to have or how to design a very high energy performance and low carbon emission building in the region. The ultimate goal of my work is development of a tool which can provide the user of this tool, policymakers, engineers, and also architects with the most energy efficient, cost effective, with the lowest environmental impact in their provision in their work. So this is the summary of what I'm gonna do.
Thank you, Nazanin.
You're welcome.
Okay, our next speaker is Rita Pombo. Rita is a civil engineer with specialization in coastal and ports engineering, and she is starting a project in the Earth Systems domain. She wants to assess the feasibility of a deep water expansion solution at the port of Leixões, where we are now, resulting in the first deep water port terminal in the Portuguese northwest coast.
Thank you for the invitation, for being here today. My name is Rita Pombo, and as already said, I was granted this year a PhD scholarship within the MIT Portugal program. The title is Feasibility Study for the Deepwater Development of the Port of Leixões, and the work will be supervised by Professors Carlos Coelho from the University of Aveiro, Risco Research Center and Department of Civil Engineering, and also by Hugo Lopes from the Works Division of the Ports Authority. So I divided the presentation in 3 simple slides, and I think I can start saying that we all may have noticed the continuous growth of the global trade is driving the shipping industry to readjust and to adopt more efficient and cost-saving measures. This means the use of larger ships to transport more cargo in the same route. However, it's important to emphasize that not all port facilities, in fact, the majority, is not yet prepared to handle such vessels. So this leads to the second point and to the following question. How should ports react? And before answering, I may say that any response will always have large-scale repercussions, as freight traffic consists of a complex and dynamic system linking land, air, and waterways, and obviously on which citizens and societies are dependent on. So, if ports are to remain competitive in the logistics and supply chains, they must find adaptation strategies to accommodate those larger ships. The choice for the case study is related with the fact that Portugal has a natural competitive advantage due to its strategic position in the Atlantic coast, but so far only seen as a deepwater infrastructure, and this could be optimized if Leixões could also expand into a deepwater terminal, since we are at the second largest national port and it benefits high-density industrial hinterland. And to jump to the last slide, the main goal will be to find out if it is feasible or not to develop an engineering solution that would accommodate a higher percentage of the world current fleet of trading ships in Leixões, and this could be accomplished comparing the investment cost with the expected benefits for the port, the benefits for the hinterland, and the benefits, of course, for the national economy. Thus, the proposal lies, is in line with the MIT Portugal program commitment of strengthening the national competitiveness, in this case through the national port system. And that's all.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you, Rita. And our final speaker is William Weber de Mello. His project is in climate science. His background is in civil engineering, and he will be applying data science concepts. I'm sorry, my micro is on and off. Can you stabilize it, please? He will be applying data science concepts to configure emulators that can be used in operational forecast platforms to optimize the decision-making process regarding the adoption of mitigation measures against the impacts of climate change in estuaries and coastal zones. Ian, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is William, and I am a PhD student of civil engineering at the University of Minho. And firstly, I'd like to thank the MIT Portugal program for this opportunity to share a little about the work that we'll be developing during the next couple of years. So to start, my PhD thesis title is Operational Forecasting Platforms Based on Morphohydrodynamics Emulation Methods. So the aim of this study will be to develop and apply a platform which will be possible to forecast morphohydrodynamic variables, as for instance, water levels, velocities, and sediment transport patterns, as accretion and erosion spots. And a good question that may arise is, what is an emulator? So they can be summarized as tools that can speed up or surrogate physical-based numerical model simulations that, in this case, we will surrogate them for artificial intelligence algorithms based in machine learning and also deep learning techniques. And another good question is, why is this important? So to exemplify, estuaries and coastal areas are among the most threatened ecosystems by the climate change. Because of the sea level rise, that can be a problem in these coastal areas, and also due to effects of extreme events, as for instance, droughts and floods. And also, the frequency and the intensity of extreme events will increase in the next decades, according to the last assessment report of the IPCC, which was released last month. And to complete this puzzle, the assessments of climate change impacts in estuaries and also in coastal zones is dependent on the morphodynamic evolution, as for example, the bathymetry variations, which is affected by the hydrodynamics. And these images are to illustrate a little the impact that the extreme events can reach. And the first image is a estuarine flood that happened in last July. It was a 1,000-year return period flood in Limburg in the Netherlands. And as you can see, we cannot even identify where is the common river path in the image, and resulting in extensive damages to not only in the Netherlands, but also in Belgium and in Germany. And in the other image, we can see an example of coastal flood, which overtopped a sandbag barrier, as you can see on the left side of the image, and eroded the base of the pavement, considerable also in damages to all this built infrastructure. And about the work that we'll be developing, the study areas will be the Minho and the Douro River estuaries. Both are known for their environmental and also socio-economic importance for the northern region of Portugal, but also to the Galicia region in Spain. And these two rivers were chosen because they are a bit different from a hydraulic point of view. The Minho River is shallower than the Douro, and also its banks are less urbanized, and it will make it possible to assess if there will be any influence of the characteristics of each river during the configuration of the AI techniques. And the expected results, firstly, will be to expand the knowledge about the application of AI and IoT concepts to hydraulic resources scientific problems. And we pretend to know the efficiency and the accuracy of different AI algorithms to forecast these morpho-hydrodynamic variables. And also, we hope to configure a real-time monitoring and warning platform for both the Minho and the Douro River estuaries in order to forecast these variables and also to give access to all this data that can be important in the, for future supporting decisions systems. And lastly, I would like to thank you all for your attention. Again, the MIT Portugal program for this opportunity. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you, William. Well, thank you all for presentations. I would like to remind that this year's theme of the conference is Science and Technology as the Catalyst for Tomorrow's Living Spaces. And actually, I'm curious to find out what are your visions, or how do you envision tomorrow's living spaces? So maybe I could start with Nazanin. Do you have have you already thought about it?
Yes. Considering the impact of climate change and global warming that we have had in the recent years, I can predict that tomorrow's living spaces will be greener, more intelligent, smarter, more energy efficient, as well as more sustainable, because there is a need for having such type of spaces. And my prediction is something like that. And there is a need, the necessity of having such type of spaces.
I don't know if anyone else would like to add or to this idea of greener spaces, or if you have other ideas for tomorrow's living spaces.
Well, I think it encourages what she just said, and remind me of something that Rita said in her presentation, which was we need to have our adaptability towards the problem. I think sustainability is here to stay, but the thing is what we need to accomplish, either in other areas of regard, is to have the most adaptability focused to devise and have new solutions for our upcoming problems. And I think that's what differentiates where we are asking here our allowable projects within the MIT Portugal. We're trying to address further questions to an adaptability to an environment that we now acknowledge as a default stage that we need to reoccur and in new greener spaces that we can have, so our sustainability focus.
Yeah, I think the adaptation that all of us do, and also in research, is key, and to think forward as well. So tell me, what do you think are the main challenges? I mean, besides, I know climate change is one of these things that is always present, but what do you think are the main challenges that should be addressed fast, urgently, to build an ideal living space? Rita, may I start with you?
Yes. If we could not limit the living spaces to our home or to our office or the buildings, we can consider the living spaces as the whole environment. So, in fact, before COVID at least, we spend most of our days at the workplace or running errands in the street, and weekends we like to go to the beach and to be in the nature. So I think all these environments should be balanced and in symbiosis. So to have better living spaces, we need to consider this, and to really be balanced as humans and all the living species and animals, so to have a really sustainable world.
Yeah, thank you, Rita, for touching that point, because I think when the first thing that we think on when we hear living spaces is cities, and actually it can be so much more than just that. So thank you for touching that point. Anna, do you want to add something on the main challenges that should be addressed?
I was thinking more in cities. I think that nowadays the cities aren't for people, the cities are for cars, so it's important to bring the cities back to people. So it's important to try to think of ways to make that happen, and that will bring a lot of benefits in so less pollution, and the living space will be a more pleasant space for everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Rita. Anna, sorry, I missed your name. William, for you, I will just move on to another question, and because we are part of this community of MPP, what are your expectations for being part of this community? How do you think can oh, thank you. Yeah. How do you think that being part of the MPP can help you and your fellow colleagues promoting a better future, doing research in the different areas that you are doing?
Well, I'm very excited to being part of this community, and I think that the key point here is that we must need to analyze the problems that we are facing today from a multidisciplinary point of view, because traditionally we only analyze it individually, and we didn't achieve to solve all the problems. So by a multidisciplinary point of view, for example, I have a civil engineering background, I will see a problem from that perspective, while a biologist will see the same problem but from another perspective, and together we may find a better solution to everyone.
Sure, I agree. So does the audience has any questions? Okay, John?
Thank you. This is actually for Anna. So I really like your project and think there's a lot of potential. Have you, you talked about your machine learning. What are you planning to use as the models for the machine learning, or what's the truth data that you're, and what are the parameters that you're thinking about?
So we want to use artificial neural networks, and the way that we want it to work is we want to have as input the parameters of the gyroid. I didn't really mention it, but the structure that we saw, we can vary it in many ways. We can alter the size of the unit cell, we can alter the thickness, we can alter a bunch of parameters, and we want to have a model that will accurately describe the mechanical properties, so we can use it in the algorithm to have a very precise structure.
But are you planning to use actual bones as the truth data? So is this data from existing,
so there are already in the literature many models which correlate the mechanical properties of bone to its apparent density. So that's how we will compare the gyroid with human bone.
More questions? No? Okay, so to finish this session, I have one question for all of you, and I just would like you to answer very shortly. That is, you are now starting your PhD. So what are your expectations for the future and your ambitions? Maybe we can start from Nazanin and then ending with Rita.
Okay. I think I look forward for a future where I can have contributed to the body of knowledge and impact on development of those strategies that I'm looking for improvement of cities. and regarding cities and climate change, the relation between those two. And also play a role in influence of sustainability and energy in regulation of those developing countries for improvement of cities in those type of those part of the world. Something like this.
So you are planning to take the product, if we can use the word product, of your research back to those countries?
Yeah, for sure. Because these countries heavily, the economy of these countries heavily rely on fossil fuel resources. Shifting from those resources to the clean energy technology or clean energy sources need a major change in their regulations.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Anna?
I think my ambition is to end the project with a product that's useful for the industry. One thing I think that's very interesting about the program is that how we can be connected with industry. So yeah, I think that's my something that is valuable.
And I think we all would like to see that product in the industry. Thank you, Anna. Jose?
Well, on a personal note, the MIT Portugal program brings a wide shot for me to use my models and my research models back to the industry. The goal was always to give back our models to the industry so we can aim for better improvements and better sustainability of the processes. But as we have seen with our industrial affiliates here with the MIT Portugal program, I see that we can have a unique opportunity to learn from their inputs, specifically from chemical industries, to tell us whether it's more easy or more difficult to emulate in your different environments that we're going to have to emulate in our artificial models. So in a personal note, I think that MIT Portugal is the greatest umbrella I could have for my project, but also it gives me a great opportunity to make part of a huge family, to making it easier to communicate outside the academy to develop the notion of sustainability and towards sustainable future and all we are talking about today in sustainable cities. So thank you also for that for the program.
Thank you, Jose. William, your words?
I would say that immediately for the next years is to succeed with the thesis is the main concern. And if possible to, after that, join the knowledge that we will learn during the execution of my work and to bring it back to the society would be an amazing opportunity. That's it.
Yeah, sure. Rita?
I'm very optimistic with the fact that this PhD could later bring a broad range of opportunities for my future and professional career. I am also very happy with the title and with the collaboration with the Port Authority, because I think it could be a good bridge later to the industry environment. I am also very happy to be in this family of MIT Portugal program, because ports infrastructures are such a complete facility that needs the knowledge and inputs from so many different areas: mechanical engineering, civil engineering, environmental and computer engineering. So these areas could help run smoothly a port every day, and it could optimize also the infrastructure. So in the end, I would like to continue working in this area and ideally make the transition from the academia to the job market, applying all the acquired knowledge, the scientific and technical knowledge. Ideally, I would like to later work in some position related with ports management.
Thank you. I hope you succeed. Okay, we need to finish this session. Thank you all, Nazanin, Anna, Jose, William, Rita, for accepting our invitation and being here today with us. We are looking forward to hear on the results of your projects and wish you the best of luck. And thank you all for attending and participating also in this session.
Thank you, Anna, and MIT Portugal PhD students. We wish you the best of luck with the research projects. Please remain in your seats while the setup is being prepared. As we are approaching to the end of the conference, we would like to welcome to the stage Doug Hart, co-director of the MIT Portugal program at MIT, Zita Martins, national co-director of the program, and José Paulo Esperança, vice president of the National Foundation for Science and Technology. Our first speaker is Doug Hart.
Thank you. Does this help at all? Yeah. All right, thank you. I'll start over with the bad jokes and all. Yes, so first of all, I want to thank all the organizers for this conference who put in a lot of effort. So if I could have a round of applause for them, it would be appreciated. Next, I'd like a round of applause for the students, because I got to tell you, none of us would be here or want to be here if it wasn't for the students for the MIT Portugal program. So both the past and present students, I'd like to give a round of applause. So as I said, I'm not a politician, so I won't take too much time. But COVID brought out one thing for me, and if there was only one thing that was positive out of this was as I said, the absence makes the heart grow fonder. I think my appreciation for the MIT Portugal program only increased by that delay. The other thing that it did was that delay between being able to get here and to Portugal and see all the things that are going on. I've been astounded at the progress over these years. And just, you know, as a professor, the ideal is when the student becomes the teacher. And I feel sort of, it's very apparent that that's happening. And so I'm learning from the MIT Portugal students and the faculty and everybody involved. And so this is a very exciting program for MIT and for myself. So with that, I want to say thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Well, I'm not a politician either, so I will not take very long, but I would like to just tell you on behalf of the President of FCT, Professor Helena Pereira, that I'm very, very excited to be here, and this was one very, very useful day. I am an economist, so many of the technical aspects are a bit difficult for me, but I'm very impressed with the contribution that this program keeps doing after 15 years. Well, we have had an opportunity to see about, to discuss how to use data in an efficient way, and with all the complexities that data, which is incredibly powerful and incredibly valuable, really has. We have learned about how to exploit space better and what we can learn on Earth from it. And we have seen very interesting and fascinating projects. And not only projects, we have seen companies that really are already contributing for providing a better life and for solving the ways we shop, the ways we live. And that is truly fantastic. This program is a big effort. It has been started 15 years ago. It is part of a broader program that is called Go Portugal, which has other cooperations with UT Austin and in Texas and CMU. And it's indeed something that is very significant. Just to give you a very brief idea, the impact that it has had is indeed very big. So these programs have led to the creation of new companies, some unicorns even, and they have had a really significant impact. Some of them are not in Portugal. Some of these companies are indeed incorporated elsewhere. We have a problem with financing because we don't have a venture capital industry developed enough, but we are making progress in that area. We have been attracting also talent, knowledge, and also capital. That is very important for the development of the country. And so that is very important. And on what regards financing, the role of FCT is still a bit too large in my opinion. Indeed, if we look at the way our a little more than 300 research units, or our 40 associated laboratories, or our 35 collabs, which is a very important experiment of cooperation between science and technology and the industry and the municipalities and so on. All this ecosystem is still a bit too dependent on FCT. So FCT still provides about slightly more than 50% of the whole financing for those entities. However, it is very positive that Portugal has been, and our research units have been making steady progress in, for instance, EU funding, in which we now have quite significantly larger capacity of obtaining funds than our direct contribution by the rules of our GDP. So this is quite significant. We now have about 1.6% of the EU funding through Horizon 2020 and now Horizon Europe, and our contribution is about 1.25. So there is a positive side on that area. And if you look at other indicators like research publications or patent registration and so on, and if you compare, for instance, our situation with 20 years ago, you'll see that we have grown by a factor of 3. So indeed, it has been quite a long way and a significant way. So science is indeed contributing and investment in science for knowledge and for society, for solving the many difficult problems that we have. And we should be all very proud of that. So we count very much on, as we have in the past, on your work and the contributions of the students of this program and all the great team that has made this possible, and the great cooperation between MIT and Portugal, which is now strongly embedded. And I think, have been a pleasure for all to work together. Thank you very much. This is just a brief message.
Thank you very much for your words. To close the session, we welcome Zita Martins.
Hello, good afternoon all. I'm going to be a little bit more formal, Doug, sorry. I'm not a politician, but I'm going to be a little bit more formal. So good afternoon all. Dear Vice President of FCT, José Paulo Esperança, dear MPP Director in Portugal, my dear friend and colleague Pedro Arezes, dear MPP Director and Co-Director at MIT, my dear colleagues John Hansman and Doug Hart, dear invited guests and dear attendees. It's really a pleasure and an honor to see you all here. I'd like to, first of all, to thank all our speakers for their inspirational interventions and giving us food for thought. We listened today how different players may play together to conceptualize and create an ideal living space. So thank you to all the participants here today and also the ones on the other side of the computer screen who are watching online. We hope that the talks of today left you thinking on how you can contribute to leveraging Portugal's economic and social development in your companies, in your research labs, and also in your PhD studies. So this year, 2021, is also the year we mark the 15th anniversary of the creation of the MIT Portugal program. Networking and collaboration is fundamental in science, and exchanging knowledge between universities and industry is, as we know, crucial to the development of both our economy and society. The MIT Portugal program is privileged to have been counting for the past 15 years with so many different collaborators at the MIT and also at the Portuguese universities and industry. We hope to continue fostering more and stronger collaborations with new researchers applying to our calls to fund research projects and with new industry affiliates joining the program. Throughout the years, we have created a significant community of alumni that are now taking their knowledge to different sectors of society and sharing their experience and ideas with other people. As we are approaching the end of another year, let me take this opportunity to share with you, all of you, some of the MIT Portugal program initiatives that were developed during this year. So on the field of education, we have 2 points. We have 40 new PhD students supported by FCT grants who will start their doctoral studies soon. So welcome to all of you and good luck with your studies. So point number 2, we have launched a new PhD call that is currently under evaluation. Also, on the field of scientific research, we also have 2 points. Point number 1, we open a new call for exploratory projects to spearhead Portugal's international competitiveness and innovative capacity in science and in technology. And shortly, we will announce this year's winning proposal. So good luck to all of you. Point number 2, our flagship projects carry on at cruising speed and As we all know, we meet regularly with them to share the latest progress on the ongoing projects. These projects are of high relevance to Portugal's development in the MIT Portugal research domains, and we want to ensure they are successful. So that's why we're meeting so frequently. We mark our presence, the MIT Portugal program, at Ciência 2021 in June, debating how we are crossing the Atlantic through space. As we know, space is one of the new frontiers for science and technology in Portugal, and the ability to look at the Earth from high above can help to better understand life on land and on water, and the climate, and the crops, and many other Earth systems. And as our education and innovation program is not just limited to PhD candidates, for the first time this year, in collaboration with the Underwater System and Technology Laboratory Group at the Faculty of Engineering of University of Porto, we organized the first edition of the Marine Robotics Summer School during 2 weeks, hosting undergraduate and master students from 7 different universities from Portugal and abroad. So we hope this sets the beginning of summer and maybe winter schools in the different strategic areas of MPP. A new series of initiatives is currently being planned for the next year to foster the exchange of knowledge and new collaborations between students, researchers, industry from the 2 sides of the Atlantic that might lead to new ideas, projects, and products. Before finishing, I want to share a word with our PhD candidates. Being part of the MIT Portugal community, or as I say, family, is to be able to share ideas and create new projects. So I'd like to encourage all of you, our PhD candidates, to take the most of this network, whether you're starting your PhD now or you're almost finishing it. Be curious, be attentive to the problems that society is facing, and be creative in researching solutions to tackle them. I also would like to thank our MPP researchers, industry affiliates, and alumni that are part of this network for the significant contribution that you're making in our society. Stay tuned for our upcoming communications regarding the revival of our industrial affiliate program. We hope you can continue working side by side with us at MIT Portugal for many, many good years to come. So thank you for joining us today, and we hope you join us in future MIT Portugal moments. Stay safe, and I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you for your words, Zita, and thank you to all our speakers and guests who have joined us here today and virtually. We hope you had a rewarding experience, and we look forward to see you again to future MIT Portugal initiatives. For those joining us here at the terminal, please enjoy the coffee break. Have a nice day.